Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully, we're all doing well in body and mind today, and I hope we all enjoy our stay. Before we get started, I'd like to take a moment to thank our contributors since I'm on time today. I'll do that first, and then I will catch up with chat momentarily. We could also play the camera minigame at the same time. So, I would like to take just a minute to thank all of our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. If you guys want to have your names on these placards that I read pretty much at the start of each and every stream, contributing money, throwing coin at me as how you will do it. Any donation of $2 or more, and any continuous subscription or any continuous subscription package is enough to have your name on these placards. This is the smallest way I have to give back to my wonderful and amazing audience. So while I do not have any Patreon patrons or one-off contributions during the current month cycle, I would like to thank people who've used those platforms in the past. I would like to thank Just Me Carly for their Just Me Carly 917 for their Prime Gaming tier membership. Please enjoy all of the wonderful benefits that come along with that package, including the emotes, extra vote, and so on. I would also like to take the opportunity to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his coffee tier membership. Please enjoy all of the wonderful benefits and privileges, such as extra votes, collaborative privileges, and so on that come along with your membership package. I hope everyone enjoys the benefits of what they've decided to purchase, aka what they've chosen to chuck money at me for. Now, let's take a moment to catch up with chat here. Nothing seems to have changed on YouTube, which is good. User 11 and Mr. Jason, welcome on in to both of you. Good to see you both. Hopefully you're doing well, both of you, in both both body and mind, and hopefully you both enjoy your stay. Let me go ahead and see who congratulations on being first, Mr. User 11. Yep, Mr. Jason and I feel, have had a very productive morning today. Well, morning for me, afternoon for him, but you get the idea. Yeah, I'm glad that things went smoothly today, is as much as I want to say without elaborating too much. Mr. Jason says, for the sake of the VOD, in case we do not see them, whenever Director Rasby shows up, they did amazingly as well. Yes, thank you, Mr. Rasby, once again for your continued contributions in all the spheres that you have touched. All the spheres of reality that you've decided to touch today. Mr. Jason says, no matter who is first, everyone is always first in our hearts. Too true. Too true. So, last time we spelunked and went through the various caves and stuff in the Gerudo Canyon, or the Gerudo Desert, as people probably know it better. We, I believe, have discovered all of the caves and wells. So what we're going to do today before we settle into the depths is actually go back and first I want to see if something's changed in Lookout Landing. I'm gonna make a save just in case there's a trigger event that happens, because if there is a trigger event, you know, I want to be able to unload the save. Yeah, I want to be able to reload that. And then otherwise, you know, our next pit stop will be over to, where is he? we'll be over to the Hateno Ancient Tech Lab to grab the last travel medallion, and then we can begin the process of going into the depths. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Resby certainly has their hands on a lot of pies. If only there was a way to create a website that conveniently lists all those things without knowledge of code, Mr. Coin. Too true. Is that going to be... is that the invocation, Mr. Jason, that you're going to use? User 11 asks, Mr. Coin, are you going to kill Ganon just on the final or earlier to see the percentage? I'm going to wait as long as possible before we kill Ganondorf. There are still a lot of things we have left to do. And I know our percentage is not even anywhere close to 100. I suspect we probably have around 75% of the game, like, completed. Without, like, thinking about it too long or too hard. That is probably where I would expect us to sit, is right around there. We don't have any of the kill medals, which is a thing from Breath of the Wild that we never managed to do. It's one more tiny little inconvenience. There are still side quests we have yet to do, etc., etc. And yes, as Mr. User 11 has just so graciously pointed out, there are 1,000 Koroks, and you could take a guess which one. Actually, you probably couldn't guess which one I wasn't able to find, and still have not been able to find. I had to spend all weekend this week basically putting up the finishing touches on draft proposals for the TCC, as well as work on Pathfinder stuff. I had a member of our playgroup drop the playgroup. Like, he's gone on to do his own thing, understandably so, and I wish my friend well. But now I do have to rewrite some things and rebalance everything because he's not there. So, setback upon setback, but it's fine. But yes, User 11, you are correct. There are 1,000 Koroks. We are missing one. User 11 says, I'm sorry, Mr. Jason says that's your one and only mention Of course, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, jokes, unlimited in moderation, mentions of certain things. Mentions of certain things once per stream. Well, we should try to make that a rule going forward. User 11 says playgroups are goated. I'm glad you think so. I also think playgroups are goated. It's nice to have consistent friends. Yeah, playgroups are a fantastic way to get friends. It's just, as an adult, it becomes very difficult. I mean, heck, you don't even have to be an adult to experience hardship with playgroups. Heck, you just have to be involved in enough extracurricular activities to struggle to keep up with friends. User 11 then follows up and says, you've had the same playgroup since you were 8. Nice. I didn't find mine until I was like 21, yeah, right around 2021, somewhere like that. But I'm pretty happy to have them. I've known just about everyone in that playgroup for either 6 years or up to 10 years, or in one case, my whole life. User 11 says, when are we going to look for the Korok? I'm glad you asked that, User 11. So here's the deal with that. I do not want to subject you guys to a painful experience about this. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I apologize for the silence. It's just for a moment. I'm going to put this up on the screen for like 5 seconds. And this page. User 11 says the glorious hats, the glorious 2 hats. Yes, sir. Those 2 pages represent the notes that I have taken, for the most part, about Koroks. I have scanned, user 11, every single loading zone in Tears of the Kingdom. Every single loading zone. Once. And found one of them. That took me 2 days to find one of our 2 missing Koroks. I'm gonna be honest, I think a lot of people would be bored of that. So I will go find the Koroks, but we won't do the puzzle on the Koroks unless I've found them off camera. I want you guys to see where it is, but I don't want you to watch me take 4 hours for like 5 days to try to find it. I think that's very boring. So because of that, to kind of just succinctly answer your question, user 11, I will find the Korok on my own, but I will make sure I show everyone where it is, because, you know, that's the last one. You know, once we're done, we can talk to Hestu and finally be done with it. We can finally remove that counter underneath my camera there, and we can slide some UI elements up. That'll be real fun. We get a nice little confetti applause noise and everything. User 11 says, oh, so you're only going to show us getting the Korok, but not the process? Let me give you a quick idea of what this process looks like. I will just preface this with, I think it will be boring. This is how zoomed in you have to be to find Koroks. I have to flick my camera in and out lots of times in order to reasonably scan sections of the map to find Koroks. I can tell you if I did this all stream, people would not watch. It's less about... let me try to phrase it this way. I'm trying to consider the viewability of the stream, user 11. Like, if you wanted... I'm going to ask that everyone's honest with me. Which would you guys rather have? 4 hours of me scanning around and finding Koroks? Or, you know, delving through the depths, you know, to find exciting things we haven't seen yet? I think I know what people would choose. If they didn't know me and they were just looking for streamers to watch, I think I know what people would choose. It doesn't technically... Hold on. I feel like I am missing messages left and right. So let me catch back up. But before I do, greetings, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you, good sir. I hope that nothing has altered your state of being such that the answer of I am here and I exist is no longer sufficient for you to like answer or reply to when people ask you how you're doing. I hope I have phrased that a bit better this time. You've come in at a good time. We were just doing the thing you talked about earlier of just chatting and not playing the game, which is what's happened. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you were Mr. Blitz's stream, Twilight Blitz stream earlier today, and he was playing Super Mario Odyssey. And he did the Koopa free running challenges and beat the fastest score you had of 14 minutes and 68 seconds with... unless that's in seconds and milliseconds, I don't know which one that is. With 14 minutes and 66 seconds. Wait. No. Okay, these are seconds and milliseconds then. The fastest score of 14 seconds and 68 milliseconds with 14 seconds and 66 milliseconds. And so you had to best him. And after almost yeeting your Nintendo Switch 2 out of the window, you got to 14 seconds and 60 milliseconds. Later, he got 14 seconds and 28 milliseconds, and you conceded defeat and thought, yeah, F this, I'm out. Yes, I can understand that, Mr. Jason. I imagine that's kind of a thing he does, is like speed run and challenge, does like time-based challenges. So eventually you are bound to meet your maker in something. And why not that? Still, that was a pretty good attempt though. I mean, that's what speedrunning competitions are like. Makes sense. User 11 says, wait, I think I could help you on that in 2 different ways. I'm all ears if you are still interested in continuing that discussion, Mr. User 11. Mr. Jason says you'd still watch, but you'd understand my perspective. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. I am still a content creator. I love that I have an active audience, but I'm always trying to attract more audience. So that means I need to bear in mind the viewability of the stream. Like, would people sit there and watch me talk about things? If I'm not an entertaining persona and I do not make people laugh, I need to do something else. I make people laugh because I'm being genuine, but you get what I mean. People watch streams that are high octane and funny for a reason. Mr. Rasby says, if it doesn't require zooming and unzooming, 4 hours of just chatting while doing that is not the worst thing. What I have found are 3 gentlemen who are more than happy to sit and chat with me while this is happening. Much appreciated. Just, again, considering metrics. And I'm glad you said that, Mr. Jason, because that was the word I was sort of searching for, but had to tap dance around since I couldn't quite put my tongue on it. Mr. Asby says, yes, he is here and he exists. And loads of people are really pleased about that. Yes. Mr. Asby says, well, you did find a vulnerability in the description you send. Yes, your regular reply is still unchanged. Fair enough. Hey, at least I'm making the attempt, right? And I have caught up with current messages. So, okay, so why don't we start by heading over to Lookout Landing. I've already saved the game. I can reload this if I need to. So let's go see if something has changed at Lookout Landing. Did I miss one? Which one did I miss? Right. I got that line. I got the one with Mr. Blitz. I got the watch about the watch and the perspective. I didn't acknowledge forgetting about the above message because I already acknowledged the above message regarding the you'd still watch, but you'd understand the perspective bit. Oh, I see what you mean. Thank you for the pin. Mr. Jason says, at least with the metrics, your OG followers would be here no matter what. I appreciate that. User 11 says, so one of them is not useful now, but yes, in the future, it may be a bit boring at first, but it will be so helpful in the end game, which is using an interactive map with a mark as found thing. So User 11, I'm actually glad you said this. We're gonna go travel while that's happening. I'm glad you said this as a tip because that is useful. You're absolutely correct. I have been, and Mr. Jason, if you would be so kind as to demonstrate the object map for everyone, just pull out that link if you would please, good sir. Thank you for that, Mr. Jason. So that object map has a way to sift for Koroks. Like, you can just filter for them, and I did. I filtered for them, and I checked them off one by one as we found them. My issue with where I've put myself, user 11, is that since I've been marking them off as I found them, I have marked all of them and clearly did not find 2 at the time. I found one of them since, but there's clearly still one that I have yet to find. So looking at an already marked map isn't going to help me, and clicking through 1,000 icons to find one is annoying and tedious. I've been doing this. More or less. Wow, nothing has changed here, huh? Mr. Jason said comments about the temporary pin. Yes, the Nintendo Switch 2 edition in Zelda Notes. Yes, I think people may or may not have forgotten that I'm on a Switch 1. So I do not have access to Zelda Notes. I have no way to easily verify these things. So all I can do, and my sibling and I have talked about this a lot because they're the one that loaned me the game, card in the first place. I have to just sit there and sift through them, and I'm using a couple of different sifting methods to find them. It just takes time. Yeah, I would class Mr. Jason as like the nouveau OG, where like when he's come on the scene, he's been very consistent the entire time. He's got some seniority, etc., etc. So, oh, hello. Wait, is what true? Everyone's been saying Princess Zelda might be in Hyrule Castle, but I mean, Princess Zelda, how did you get way up there? To think that she might be somewhere so dangerous. I'm frustrated with myself that I couldn't do anything. I'm hoping that the person that I can find is down here. Yeah, so it's... I don't want to insult people by figuring out who the OGs are. Like, calling them nouveau OG versus, like a regular OG shouldn't matter. All I'm saying is I've been streaming a lot longer than, 4 months. Sometimes ore deposits are exposed inside wells, It always makes me think if I just shatter them somehow, I'd find gems and strike it rich. But I haven't managed to do that. Just too hard for me to break. Do you happen to know of more well locations? I'd love to know about them. You got it. Thanks. So 3 of them this time. I'll give you 10 rupees per location. Thanks for sharing. I'm excited to go visit all of these wells. Let's see. How many left across? What? I thought we had them all. What 2 do we have to find? It can be hard to find old hidden wells. If only there was some sort of tool for searching for things. Let's chat again if you find any more well locations. Mr. Rasby says 3 years post. Yeah, Oh, God help me. God help me.
It's just asinine.
Okay, 2 wells. We gotta find 2 wells that can happen later. Well, actually, I don't know if it can happen later because when I find a well, that's kind of it. But I can sift for wells a lot easier than I can sift for Koroks. That should be much easier. I thought we were gonna have this thing done. I guess not. So in the meantime, let's go actually get a hit of dopamine and go talk to Robbie. I'm going to trust that coming back here was not a mistake, and everyone's still gonna be here. Is still going to be there pondering about Princess Zelda. Mr. Jason says the last well that you found, Mr. Coin, was near the Rito flight range. Huh. I'll check. Well, the flight range is Dronox Pass. So, let me take a look at my object map here. And it would be out here, right? Yes, we have found this well. That's right here. User 11 says, yeah, not an OG, but an NG. Yeah, exactly. Welcome on Intention. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We have just found out that we have 2 missing wells that we have not found yet, to go along with our 1 Korok that we're missing. But at the very least, we can complete this. Hey you, we have more work to do. Your pad is nowhere near its full capability yet. So which feature do you want to add? Travel medallion. Mr. Rasby says you need not worry if you're an OG. It is also enough. If you are not an OG, it's also enough to achieve standard platform, parody, and subscribe. Oh no. Only chuck money at me if you guys want to. You do get lots of perks for that, but we have a whole segment for that coming up in an hour and a half. I don't think I want to mention too much more than that. What? You've got the data? Hurry up and let me see that pad. Oh, now give me just a moment. Hashtag not sponsored by Cheerwine. This mysterious tool was built by Robbie. Place it by opening your inventory and registering your current location as a travel gate. Unbelievable. With that, I've fully upgraded the travel medallion feature. Consider it a great honor, awarded to you for your extensive travels. Presenting the travel medallion. Completed. At last, your pad is perfect, and that means you are perfect. That is the objective truth. I'm very pleased to say, because with all of that, you'll make infinitely better progress in your search for Princess Zelda. Now, when you find Princess Zelda, be sure to tell her you couldn't have done it without my pad improvements. Let's read the log, shall we? You gave Robbie all the data he needed to upgrade the pad once again. Now you could use 3 travel medallions to instantly return to any location you have set. The travel medallions are accessible from your key items. Very well. So you say there's a tricky one near Akala. I'll take a quick look. I appreciate you guys helping me. I really do. But likely what has to happen is, once again, Coin has to find the location off camera, scribe the coordinate number, make a note of what that coordinate number is, then make a marker so that we can discover it together is probably what has to happen. Let me make sure I've not missed anything. Mr. Rasby says, yep, it is my and Mr. Jason's job to advertise, and it is Coin's job to deny it. Too true. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I'm expanding on what you said earlier, and so it's not a second mention. Oh, no. Yup, of course. If only there was an easy-to-use website to keep track of all Coin subscribers who was chosen to achieve true parity. That would be handy indeed. Yes, it's called my placard sheet. I track it all manually myself. Mr. Tension says, you did it, Mr. Coin. You beat Age of Calamity 100%. You're working on the DLC now. Nice. Here's hoping that that goes smoothly and quickly for you, Mr. Tension. And I'll be curious as to what your next endeavor will be. So we say there's a tricky one in a Callahan, like an actual well. Well, there's this well here. Then we have the one in right near Terrytown. And then we have this one here. I've been in all the wells. There's not another well here. Oh. And yes, Mr. Jason is giving you a congratulations, Mr. Tension. Mr. Rasby says, wait, you got an idea. Subscriber only stream of 4 hours of searching for the last Korok Kappa. You guys really want me... Okay, so here's the... I would actually be amenable to this. However, there is a problem. I do not know if my moderators would count as being able to see that stream, number one. Number two, I feel like that would be in... Oh, no, wait. There's sarcasm there. Right. Whoopsie. I was about to go through and explain all that. And everything else. I'm glad I caught that. Mr. Rasby says, almost certainly VIPs and mods can. I just don't... I think that's boring. Mr. Jason says, you know that moderators can chat in subscriber mode in the chat. Fair. I think that's... How do I word this? Well, I want to word things and keep moving. So for now, why don't we fly to the chasm I want to define and go from there. User 11 says, so one more try. How many wells do you have in that big lake in the Lanayru wetlands? I'll look. As soon as I can open my map, that is. Okay, so the Lanayru wetlands would be here. So if I look at that, a lot of them are going to be over here. There is one where the Moore Garrison Ruins is. There are two near the wetland stable. There are two wells, one at Zhao's Island and another at Kapanga Island. There is a well on the way to the Millennium Sandbar. There is another well here. This is where the chick that converts mistake meals into something more.
Sex.
Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. A few folks in chat have decided to try to help me find like missing wells, because we have two left to find, among other things. One Korok, two wells, lots of agony. That's what I have to say about that. Mr. Tension says it hold on, I need to go back and look. Tension says Zelda Notes might help you, Mr. Coin. It tracks all your progress. You can download it on your phone. It takes like 5 minutes or less. Mr. Tension, I appreciate that suggestion. I really do. However, Zelda Notes, as far as I understand, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not super familiar with Zelda Notes. That mainly works with the Switch 2 version. Someone with Zelda Notes, please confirm that. I'm pretty sure it only works for the Switch 2 version. And in which case, you know, I'm up Crap Creek and I have no paddle. User 11 says, no, I think you got the one that you were thinking of. Understood. I appreciate all the help. Mr. Shiny says, well, sounds like quite a task. Indeed. Where is this? Mr. Jason says, wow, and a certain ticket, the maker's gone above and beyond. Sure. In response to Director Rasby, you're impressed. Might not be quite to your level, but it's good. Okay. Is this one of the... Are you telling me this to say I should probably check that out now? Or, you know, check it while on break? I don't know how urgent that is. User 11 says, yeah, you think it's only Switch 2? I see. Mr. Shiny says, it's quite an honor to pop the J&B cherry this week. Oh. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, indeed, but at the commercial break. Understood. Mr. Rasby says, well, you're happy you built your skill too. Your brain fully filters work stuff during non-work hours, applying it to the TCC. I mean, we all learn we have latent talents sooner or later. Tension says if push comes to shove, just go to every region and count the number of Koroks in each region. Yep. I'm ahead of you on that one, Tension. I'll show you again. I'll show folks again what I've been doing. All these numbers with check marks are the loading zones. I've checked each and every single individual area for Koroks. It's just a matter of, since my eyes see so many Korok icons, it is really difficult for me to find the one I'm missing because they're marked on all maps. And loading new instances of an object map to check all of them again is very frustrating. Mr. Jason says, I have an idea, Mr. Coin. You could check the 70 VODs. No, thank you. I appreciate that suggestion. That is torture. That is torture. I would only do that. I would only do that in the worst of case scenarios, and I would have to ask my sibling for help on that one, because that is 70 times a rough average of 4 hours and 5 minutes. That's a lot of time. Mr. Rasby says, yes, body count. Yeah, I mean, I hate referring to it that way, but you're right. Mr. Rasby says we can grab a super nerdy dude from the Zelda community. He'll probably know which one is most forgotten or it already has a tool and solution to it. There are lots of maps out there that show the Korok seeds. You've got the interactive map. You've got the object map, which is what I use. It comes with ways to mark the Koroks. So does the interactive map. There are people that have made maps to individual regions for Korok seeds. I really just have to take the time and cross-reference everything. There is no substitute. I cannot... Let me put it this way. I cannot take my save data, upload it into a different place, which I guess would be a tracker map. There are certain randomizers for Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask that let you do this. If you use certain emulators, there is a tracker map that will link to that specific emulator, and it will actually help you track things on its own. There are also built-in trackers in the Lib Ultra Ship Ship of Harkinian version of Ocarina of Time. They come with their own built-in trackers. I don't have that. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom don't have... Well, Breath of the Wild kind of has this, but it's mostly in the web tracker form. I just don't have anything other than to actually check each spot for Koroks. I would have done that this weekend, but again, I got caught up doing other stuff. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, for the first time in almost a month, you finally ordered from Hotel Chocolat again? You've ordered a honey hot chocolate. and a raspberry and praline hot chocolate. I'm glad you said that in the order you did. Because I was thinking hot honey instead of hot chocolate, and I don't think you would have liked the hot honey, being honest. Mr. Jason says, even though Mr. Jason already has 16 boxes of hot chocolate, hot chocolate's good. Why not? You can work on the supply and keep the individual wrappers for curated collection if that is what you so choose. Mr. Resby says, ah, yes. Strong drink, game of chance, the rush of life. Indeed, strong drink, a game of chance of finding this Korok, and the rush of life, of living. Mr. Shiny says, and Mr. Shiny has brought some apple juice. Bought some apple juice to mix with whiskey. Oh. Has work been rough lately, or are you just trying a new mixing method for drinks? Mr. Resby says he usually eats a really specific sweet candy. Good stuff. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, that is basically 18 boxes, or soon to be 18 boxes, at $20 each. Yeah, could not be me. The most I keep on hand is like a box of like Swiss Miss hot chocolate. And who knows how much more expensive that's gonna get, thanks to what's been happening in the world. That's as much as I want to say about that. Mr. Shiny says, God forbid there exists a limited collector's edition hot chocolate. Mr. Jason would already have 2 copies of it. Too true, Mr. Shiny. Mr. Rasby says, BD. Boxed diabetes. No, thank you. No, thank you. People can get that out of the box. As is. No box required. Tension says it's a long shot, but Hero's Path might work. So, Hero's Path. Oh, yeah. You know what? This is probably a good time to, like, look at that. Look at all of this green path. All of it. Mr. Resby says, diabetes not included. Right? So you get an empty box. That's what it is. Just look at how much distance we've crossed. And, you know, some of this counts like off-camera time. Huh. You know what? That's a good point. How zoomed in is this? Okay, so you can control the zoom on this. Huh. But boy, does that take a while. We're going to exit that. Right. And then we had all this stuff up here. Interesting. We actually went less places on foot here, which makes some sense. Mr. Jason says, sweet products. The box says caution, may contain diabetes. Too true. Mr. Jason says Hero's Path is limited to the last so many hours, though. Right, and we have 500 hours. And I have no idea how far... I don't know how many hours offhand. Tension says Korok Forest. That looks like that's where it is. You would start there. You think so? I really appreciate all this help. I mean, the only things that are here in Korok Forest are like, I don't know, icons. Like, let's not mistake stamps. Mr. Jason says, also in Breath of the Wild, you had to pay for Hero's Path? Yay! Yeah, I'm happy we didn't have to pay for that here, but instead, the experience was 3 times as long. Mr. Shiny says, imagine TCC brand candy. Caution, may contain an anti. No thank you. I'm good. Like I said, I will endeavor to report back with my findings. This is going to take longer than 4 hours to do. Promise. And I don't think people should watch that. I'm not even particularly sure. I'm not even particularly sure I would ask people to sit through it from the member for like. I guess on YouTube it would be like a members only stream, and on Twitch it would be the subscriber only stream. Something about that just doesn't sit right with me. That's all. Or like if it was something of actual quality and not me just doing the same stuff for 4 hours while we chat. And I promise you, if I did that, because I know how I am, I would chat more than I would search. And I would need people to make heavy use of silencing redemptions for that. Or something along those lines. Mr. Jason says, TCC brand capsule toys may contain fish. Too true. And a whole lot of wind resistance. And fish in boxes. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, I thought it feel less bad. It would be the opposite of a cash out move. I hear you. Maybe I have hiccups about that because I'm being entirely too self-critical about it. I'm not 100% sure. Tension says, we'll watch it, Mr. Coin. You're the only person streaming Zelda. Go for it. I'm sure I'm not the only person streaming Zelda, but I'm the only one you come and see. So that I will take in 5 seconds. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coy, what Mr. Rasby suggested would potentially be a good idea for a subscriber exclusive stream. And if we pass by any great fairy fountains, we have some OnlyFans exclusive content. So a win-win. Yeah, indeed. It would be a win-win for lots of people. After hours great fairy upgrade extravaganza, I don't know about I appreciate all the laughter. That does make me feel a tad bit better about this. Mr. Resby says, but yeah, you think the subject of the Korok hunt is kind of consumed. I say we just add up the Korok counter with the JMP counter and leave it like that. You know, you sound like my dad when you say that. I've told him about this, and he's like, I would just stop right there and not lose 2 winks of sleep on it. And I told them, I'm like, well, if I'm going to say that I'm a 100% Let's Play channel, then I should mean that. I should absolutely mean that and not. Okay, we can get rid of this. I'm sorry. What the heck? Why is there a Frox down here? Why is there a Frox down here? Why is there a surprise Frox jump scare? Okay, well, let's get ready to fight, shall we? As soon as I find the correct battle armor. Oh, well, I'm glad you would subscribe for a chance to experience that. Mr. Jason says, 4 hours of highly suggestive noises. OnlyFans exclusive. I'm sure there's someone who's done a great fairy ASMR and has like pawned it off as like an OF, like an OnlyFans or a Fansly type thing. I wouldn't be surprised if someone did that. Mr. Resby says, yeah, you were making a joke that the JMP counter is 1. Yeah, too true. But your joke made me think of things that I've discussed with folks that I live with. Tension says, you are Mr. Coin. You're the only one streaming Tears of the Kingdom. Most people just beat the story and quit. I don't blame them. There's a lot of game. I don't blame them whatsoever. Most people playing Breath of the Wild right now on stream. Ah, you're looking at YouTube Live. That would make a lot of sense, Mr. Tension. Yeah, a lot of people want a more compact game and are very worn out by open world content. Mr. Shiny says you get dragged into the fountain by Great Fairy to ASMR 10 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if that were a real like video description. Please tell me that what you're saying, Mr. Shiny, is like an extended joke and that is not at all real. I'm gonna lose a lot of faith in humanity if that is real. Come on, Froxy. Let's get out of here. Come on, we gotta get rid of you. This should only take us a minute to do. One. There. One cycled. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, you will be delayed on the other side of the commercial break." Understandable, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, "It's certainly a joke. Or is it?" Where is this? Where's the effect? Thank you, Tension. Thank you. Nice one cycle. User 11 says, "You're back. So sorry your net went down." No worries. No worries at all, User 11. I'm thankful for any amount of time you can spend here. I know that the internet is kind of a shaky thing already, and this is without, you know, throwing in world turmoil to boot. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feed with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thanks for sitting through that, everyone. I know it's stuffy and boring, but I do appreciate it. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour, which will be happening in 4 minutes from now, roughly. When that moment happens, there will be a timer above my head. It lasts for 3 minutes, and during that time, I'll be away from my desk. I highly encourage everyone to do the same. You know, take a stretch break or, you know, whatever fits your fancy for those 3 minutes. And I promise that when I return, and we can pick right back up where we left off, and the commercial break will be well and over before you truly know it. I structure things this way to eliminate FOMO as much as I can, because the internet should not be shitty cable 2.0, is what I'll say. User 11 says, "Already in the depths?" Nice. Thank you. And it only took us an hour to get there. Stressby says, "Wait, that random golem is an ad storm?" Oh, by random, I'm not sure if random golem is referring to the frocks there, or if it's something else, but I mean, I'm sure it could be. Oh, that Kappa, right, missing Kappa. Raspy says you were looking at a golem when the announcement played. That would explain why. By the time I read that, it was already too late. Mr. Shiny says, "Mr. Coin enjoys exploring this world in depth." Too true. Mr. Jason says, "Mr. Coin, I did find something that may cause you to question humanity on YouTube." Oh, Was it that purported Great Fairy ASMR for 10 hours? Mr. Shiny says, to all the VOD watchers as well, come join us live for a fantastic time, full of puns and suggestive jokes. Too true, Mr. Shiny. That is the best advertisement I could even ask for. Yes, if you guys like an audience full of spinsters and comedians, you will like my audience. I am the straight man to their comedian act. Promise. Let me make sure I've not missed anything on YouTube. Tension says, are you almost done with the, or asks, are you almost done with the monster medals where you have to kill every monster? I'm sure I could get done with the Molduga one pretty easily, but a lot of the other ones require, like, scouting. There's still a number of Froxes and Lionels and stuff that we have not killed yet. Yeah, we've got a bit of a ways to go, but we will be doing those too. Mr. Jason says, a YouTube video titled 1 Hour of Silence, interrupted by great fairy moans. Why? Why? Absolutely disgusting. Just, stop. That's like the random fire alarm interruptions, you know, during an hour. People make ASMR of, like, random crap, I swear. Where? I'm sure Mr. Jason could forward you the link in a whisper if he really want it. Mr. Shiny says, absolutely despicable. How dare they include silence in my great fairy moans? What? But you can't have an hour of that. If you had an hour of moaning, YouTube would flag it immediately. I mean, with the title, YouTube should still be flagging it immediately. But you know what? Two things with that. Number one, you know, YouTube Kids has ads on it that it shouldn't have. So YouTube's policies can kind of, you know, go somewhere else. But we can talk about that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me catch up on chat here, but hopefully you guys got something you wanted out of your commercial break, because I am quite sure, I am definitely quite sure that it was not the commercials. For 100% serious. Let me catch up, and we will get back to what we were doing, and then we will mark some light roots to collect, and we should be done after. We should be done with like identifying areas in darkness after that. So Jason says you'll fetch the link, but we'll do it in incognito mode for reasons, of course. Let's see. Rasby says we're discussing about effing great fairy moaning after the commercial break. No, I was just saying. I actually kind of forgot what I was saying. Because TCC related stuff. So Rasby says, are we seriously discussing why we can't have a full hour without silence? Specifically without the silence part of a video game character moaning? Yes. That is seriously the discussion that was being discussed or happening. Look, I just think it's the type of thing that if you don't like space things out intermittently, you will have problems. YouTube will ban it. YouTube will do something about it. Whereas if you make it random or the title is less objectionable or whatever, then YouTube can won't do that much about it. Additionally, and perhaps more importantly, YouTube, I really don't think YouTube should have the right. I don't know why I did that. YouTube should, with the amount of problems it has, I don't think it would be right for them to complain about, great fairy moaning ASMR while serving kids like pornographic ads on YouTube Kids. This is a thing that has happened. There are plenty of... Hello, Farosh! Mr. Raspy says, well, you're not arguing against it. You're just tiny bit questioning having the talk at all. I know. I don't want to remain on this subject too long. I have a tendency to just kind of go wherever my brain takes me, I'm afraid. Besides, this stream is tagged for adults. People aren't an adult. They probably should not, really be here without, parental supervision. Parents, I do encourage you to mute the TV when you start hearing stuff like this. Parents should do their job and not, and not rely on, entertainers on a 13-plus platform to do that. User Levitz is back again, although your net is not. I'm glad you're back, but I'm sorry you're still having net problems. You did say that would maybe start to ease up on the 6th rather than the 5th. So, wait with I wait with bated breath. Mr. Rasby says, there we go. That's fair. I can't quite tell if you're being serious or sarcastic with that, Mr. Rasby. I guess while we're here, it's a claw we want, right? I believe it's a claw we want. Farosh's claw. Okay, cool. Okay, Farosh. Oh no! Okay, quickly. It went through the claw. Okay. Let's see if I got the right monster part. Oh, I just straight up got a claw. I guess I must have already gotten a claw. User 11 asks, Mr. Coin, let's say you donate $5 through coffee. Do you get a badge? When you say badge, do you mean like the VIP badge, or do you mean like a subscriber badge? Because badges are usually... The VIP badge is something that I kind of have to decide to award. The subscriber badges are for like continuous subscriptions. So if it's a one-time donation, I'm not sure what I can do about that. I don't think I'm allowed to make custom badges for custom things on Twitch. Especially not Coffee or Patreon, because technically I'm not supposed to talk about those. Technically, Twitch can kind of take a middle finger on that one, as far as I'm concerned, considering, you know, the whole Emiru scandal. Mr. Rasby says, you will receive regular benefits. Yeah, like $5? Fantastic. Chef's kiss. Your name goes on the placard. I'll try to find some visible way to commemorate that for you. I should probably be trying to do that for all of my my coffee members, but yeah. User 11 says, yeah, then so if you sub for a month, you get a badge. Yes. You do get a badge, specifically through Twitch. I get half. I roughly get half, Mr. Rasby. I believe on Prime Gaming subs, like the non-renewable once a month gaming sub is, I get $2.49 out of that. I think I get closer to $3 if it is a bona fide non-free, in air quotes, sub. User 11 says no. You just really wanted a badge, but that's not even close to your intention. Fair. I do wish Twitch had more badges. That perhaps related to like bit usages. Oh, I guess that's something else I could say. You do get a bits badge if you're wanting to do that in bits, and I do get every bit you chuck at me. It just, the conversion rate isn't 1-to-1 for bits. So for example, I'll use US currency here. $5 will get you about 300-ish bits, because the bits are like $1.49 for 100. If I'm remembering my conversions, I can actually straight up tell you. Okay, yeah, so 100 bits in my currency is $1.40. I do not know what this is for you. You can find the information on bits in the channel rewards, but with the channel rewards button at the bottom left of the chat panel, where the channel points are. You just click on the diamond-shaped icon that's filled at the bottom. There will be like a pop-up where you'll see the rewards. Just find that, and it'll show you the prices for those things. Buying 500 bits is $7. I do get every single penny of those, and you do get a bit badge, but the bit badge doesn't confer anything, if that's making sense. So like, you get the commemorative bit badge, but you don't get the privileges that come along. You don't get any privileges for that. That's just people being nice. Etc, etc. I realize I probably have not done a great job of answering the question. There's just a lot of... this is kind of a complicated thing to talk about. Not only because, you know, I feel bad talking about it. But also, I want to make sure I don't scam people. And in fact, the EU really doesn't like this sort of thing. So like, the prices are listed, But there should also just not be a alternate currency in the first place, is kind of how the EU is looking at it. And depending on how the Swedish Horse Girl game lawsuit turns out, as well as the laws that the EU is drafting about this, Mr. Rasby would know more about it than I do. Possibly know more about it, I should say, because I don't know if he keeps up with this type of thing. Depending on how all of those laws are drafted, a lot of alternate currency programs may come to an end for the European audience because it is quote-unquote misleading. Strasby says, didn't pay attention, but yeah, sub-parody, highly recommended, Kappa. Only if people want to. Only if people want to, because that is somewhere between $5 US to 25 US dollars. There's like 3 different, I say 5, I keep saying 5, I'm so used to that. I have to remember it's actually 6. Ugh, thanks Twitch, love it. Mr. Jason says for every advertisement watched, Mr. Coin gets... Actually, I probably get something to the tune of like 50 cents. So you're right, it's small. And I say 50 cents, it's not 50 cents per ad, it is 50 cents total for the ads that I air. And I do air more ads than a typical streamer does, but I also block them off in a way where people will often tab out instead of see the ad, and I do that by design. I do that by absolutely by design. I do that because, again, I don't want shitty cable 2.0. That none of us want that when it comes to the internet. I get that's how free and freemium services make their money, is through ads, but there are ads everywhere, and the ads aren't even... Sometimes they're not even legitimate. Sometimes they're just straight up scams, or again, it's porn. It's porn, it's or they're fake services like Honey, etc., etc. Like, the ads aren't even of halfway decent quality. It just sucks. So why give Twitch more than the bare minimum on that? And the only reason I give them a little slightly more than bare minimum regarding ads is because it works out better for my personal health if I do it that way. Otherwise, I wouldn't serve you more than 1 minute and 30 seconds on ads per hour, period, end of subject. I just need more time than that to stretch my legs. So I always encourage everyone to take breaks. So I feel less guilty about it. Mr. G, or let's see, let me go back because I've missed a lot of messages. Mr. Rasby says something a bit more than tiny that you get. A tiny bit more than 10 to the negative 31st power. Yeah, like ad revenue is peanuts. I do get that. Mr. Jason says, that really does not make sense. Too true. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, could you give me the coffee link? 1 second, User 11, and I'll get you the direct one. I gotta open up my webpage here. Un momento, per favore. Nope, that is incorrect. Stream's gonna get crunchy a second. Okay, let me catch right back up on chat because holy guacamole, there are a lot of chats per second right now. This recipe says, like, holy heck, a million is 6 zeros, a billion is 8 or 9 zeros, a billion is 9 zeros. Yeah, 3 zeros is hundreds, 6 zeros is actually, wait a second. 100,000, so like the 7th digit is million. 100 million. Yeah, nine zeros. Stressby says that's a billionth plus 1 applied 3 times for $1. Yeah. Yep. Like I said, peanuts. And those kinds of peanuts, like 10 to the negative 31st power, would kind of be more like if I were trying to farm for Bitcoin using US dollar conversions, because that's how much like a US dollar does really not amount to too many Bitcoins. And, you know, cryptocurrency farming is bad for the planet, like AI is. We really shouldn't be using it. I will definitely use this time to plug my stance regarding the environmental costs of AI and cryptocurrency. Please stop using this crap. Period. I know it's here to stay. You should try to make it go. Mr. Rasby then goes on to say, works out better for my personal health if I do it that way. Ah, yes, loan sharks. I hate that you're right, but you're absolutely correct, good sir. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, you wouldn't actually do it, but at the time you were considering yeeting your Nintendo Switch 2 out of the window earlier today. Well, that's what speedrunning is. Imagine playing Dark Souls or like Bloodborne on your Switch, Mr. Jason. I really don't think you would definitely get much closer to yeeting the Switch out of here than anything. You and I have talked about that once before, I believe, as well. Okay, I have addressed the coffee link. Mr. Rasby says, allow me to slip into fluent Spanish. It's Italian? It's not Spanish. It sounds Spanish. Italian and Spanish have a lot of the same spelling on things, but it is not Spanish. That would be my sibling. My sibling can do fluent Spanish. User 11's, oh, right. User 11 says, absolute Portuguese. I wish it was Portuguese, but it is not, sadly. It is Italian. I'm sure there's actually some lingual overlap between Portuguese and Italian as well. Mr. Rasby says, imagine if there was a chatbot that if someone ever asks for anything close to a donation, sub, or coffee link, it instantly gives it to them. Well, that's usually the part where I tell them, go look at the link tree, you know, underneath the video panel, but I don't think people even like to do that. So I probably should just have like a bot that detects for, or Firebot should have something that detects for when people say this in Twitch chat and just gives the unprompted link. I don't know. Mr. Rasby says, follow Coin for more crypto tips. The only tip I'm going to give people that are using crypto is to say, absolutely not. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you had a funny experience today. Every single day since Christmas when Twilight Blitz streamed, you were hyping up a business discussion with a streamer who is now one of your latest clients, our latest clients. And then it took 2 minutes to complete the discussion, as it was basically, we, the TCC, can give you some help with being able to promote your streams. All that we ask is that you, Mr. Jason, can have a moderator position in the channel. Is that reasonable? They agreed. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I mean, if you don't have a moderator, having a moderator can be pretty liberating. You know, just I take the mantra of don't be a slave driver. Don't be a slave driver. Mods are people. They're not assistants. So I try to do it myself anyway, but that is how I conduct myself personally, and less of this is how I think every streamer should conduct themselves. every streamer and their moderators are going to form their own unique relationship and do roughly what works for them, and that's how it should be. At least that's within my purview. Mr. Rasby says, "Damn it. You used to say Italian, and then you were like, all right, that was Spanish." Well, I mean, we did have an Italian viewer in here at one point in time, but she's gone on to do bigger and better things, hopefully. I miss her. I hope she's taking care of herself out there if she ever watches those VODs. I would love it if you came back sometime, but again, you know, I hope if not, you know, that you're staying safe and taking care of yourself out there. Mr. Rasby says, well, yeah, that's pretty politically correct. I guess I'm a pretty politically correct person. What can I say? I'm a politically correct person, and that means not allowing other people to shoulder unnecessary burdens. Then I'm the most politically correct person on the planet and will be unabashedly unafraid to not apologize for that. We have to deal with enough crap on this earth without asking people to moderate unnecessary things. That stuff should be automated so that humans don't have to deal with it. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, the streamer who is now a client, even found it funny that you, without fail, continued to hype it up each day and then was surprised how fast it was all over. Sometimes, if you really truly love what you do, I can make sense of that behavior. I really can. You even hype yourself into being surprised for the express purpose of making the delivery and the spectacle better. It becomes a show. It becomes a show, and your job is to put on a good show. Of course, shows usually imply things are fake, but you can put on a real legitimate show for the express purpose of putting one on. That doesn't have to be fake. Entertaining people and making them laugh isn't fake. Wanting to perform a service for people, should they choose to accept it, is not fake. Not only is it not fake, but I at least in the TCC's case, we're honest about that. I'd like to think we're honest about that. So people are like, well, this is what I know I'm signing on for, this, possibly something many times bigger than myself. And hopefully something good will come of it. And if I don't like it, I can leave. You know, nobody is binding people to stay. Etc., etc. I could go on and on about that. Mr. Jason says, in fact, on Sunday, Mr. Coin, you just noticed that their stream title was Tomorrow is Business Day, Fellows, and they confirmed that it was indeed related. Nice. Nice. All this new business with the TCC is, I think, a good reason as to why I am downsizing what I do with my content. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm still going to do what we vote for. Just, I know in my heart of hearts that making thumbnails takes up a lot of my time. It takes a tremendous amount of my time because I seriously have to ponder. Sometimes I can crack out a thumbnail in half an hour and, you know, I'm happy with the results. But in many cases, I know my thumbnails are a stopgap. I know they are. And because of that, I spend a number of hours working on something that is ultimately a stopgap. Is not a good use of my time. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, sorry for the asking, but did anything arrive? So coffee bot, I do actually have a coffee bot in here, and it will spit out the fact that someone has made a donation. I could take a look. Is there a real name associated with that? If that's about to flash a real name, you know, I know to be aware and I can clear that out or whatever. But give it some time. The coffee bot is not particularly fast at this. If you like user 11, I can also check like right now and make sure that, you know, like an overdraft or something else didn't happen. While I'm here, I'll just go ahead and click. Let's go ahead and do that. I would rather make sure we're not going to have stuff happening. No, I did not ask for the task manager. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Esby says the TCC Mafia is going well. The Tatalia people haven't been seen. Too true. Mr. Jason says, even if you downsize other things, the coin tent shines. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, coffee, the one way that you could keep coin grounded with my 2 feet on the ground. Too true. User 11 says, no, never mind. It's all good. Okay, I trust you. You know, it's just, I want to make sure nobody is hurt with the coffee bot doing this or that. That's all. In fact, let me just check one thing. No. Nothing has shown up yet. That's all. Coffee will give me an update as soon as that happens, if anything whatsoever. Let's get back to mapping out these light routes, hey? You only have a few more left to find. At least we've gotten all the shrines. So I know that getting these light routes will be the truth. After that, we may actually take another visit by Lookout Landing and check out the suggestion about yeah, I don't want anyone to be hurt by that. I still need to fix that on the coffee bot end. I keep meaning to do it. And I'm pretty sure that is something I have to tinker with on the Twitch side. It could also be on the coffee bot side. I'm not 100% sure. The last person to make a direct donation, you know, had their username the same as the donor name, so it wasn't a big deal. And the person before that was ultimately okay with it, but I should try to get it right if I can. Okay, let's get out of here. We don't need to be here. Also, you know, Bo Buddy, you can't be on my ride. You gotta get off of it. There we go. I would like to find the last bit of this Zonai set, if I can. That is probably going to take some time. Hello. We already get that. Yeah, we sure did. That is a nice-looking claymore. I forgot how pristine this was. Might as well grab that. The Garuda weapons are actually some of the best in the game now with this little unique property they have. It'll be nice to actually see the entirety of all the maps. Mr. Jason says, obviously nothing too personal, but if anyone felt comfortable to use some maybe not real names, but some personal information, tickets in the TCC, they have assurances. But yeah, with the coffee bot, you have to be careful until until Coin fixes it. Right. Let me actually let me see where the integration is. This might just be something I can fix right now. Okay, yeah, I can fix this here. So what if I don't do that? And I don't do that. There. Let's see. That is an overlay. I wish I could, like, tell if this was visible through... Maybe that is... Let's try with just setting or tinkering with the chat bot, and maybe that will be sufficient enough. Okay, I have just tinkered with that. Mr. Jason says, because of course, if it becomes known to the board of leaks and or from the TCC, you can use your express abilities to just remove said person from who leaked. But with the TCC, you would never even have to use that. 'Tis the hope, right? You never know what can happen, but so far so good, and it should stay that way. I'm glad that I'm glad we've talked about that, so that I could at least, you know, poke around and determine how easy or hard it would be to make such a change. I made like the easy portion of the change, and I won't know if it's good enough until someone decides to donate, like any amount of cash. That day may never come, and I might have to like donate to myself, which is weird, but understandable. I'm sure there's a way to test these systems out. I'll look at it off camera. Kind of go from there. You don't know in the user you placed your username, but then in information and things like, yeah, you placed your real name. Right, like the payment information uses your real name. Hello. That is a... Hello, Froxy. Let's rock it on. Careful. But it is the stronger variant. Nice. It will be this one. Five. All right, get ready for it to be rocked. And one more time. Okay, careful. Bye. User 11, so Mr. Coin, you have a bot that notifies when someone buys a coffee, right? I do, yes. There is a chat bot in here that notifies that notifies me normally when someone buys something. However, I have shut off that capacity. I have hopefully shut off that capacity that it had to do that. Because I don't want people to get doxxed, just straight up. and I'm sorry for the people that it has already happened to as is, which there's only one person. He is here in, they've been here before, and I do hope that they take that apology pretty darn sincerely. User 11 says there's stronger froxes. Well, we found the middle grade frox, the obsidian frox. You have froxes, obsidian froxes, and blue-fanged froxes. Those are the three that are here in the game, and not every frox is going to be the blue-fanged one. If my statement somehow implied that there was a stronger one than the blue fang, no, there is not. And for that, I'll apologize. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, well, you're still human. You are pretty quick at yeeting scam bots. If the coffee bot did post that, you'll look out for it and delete the message, as you believe the lead moderator can delete moderator messages and bots are set at normal moderator. Yes, that is correct. But I'm hoping that will not be necessary. Wow, I believe we're actually, like, running quite low on weapons, or, like, not low per se, but, like, I'm running low on hammers. And I might want to fix that, like, soon. Okay. And I'm taking a little more time than I usually would in the depths because they're really outside of mapping these light routes. Like, we do have a goal today, and I didn't even mention what that was. Our goal today is, like, down here somewhere. There is a underground coliseum, the last of its kind, I'm quite sure, that we have yet to find. Exactly one. It's the object of today's thumbnail as well. Speaking of, I hope those on YouTube got a chance to enjoy that thumbnail, as well as the I forgot what I just blanked on what I said mid-sentence. Welcome on in, Harry Murphy. Good to see you. Hopefully, you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time, Harry Murphy. We are just about to... we are working towards wrapping up these light routes, among other things. The last few of them that we have in the game. Welcome on in, Troll Castle Challenge. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've also come in at a good time. We are wrapping up a few light routes left in the underground of the Gerudo Canyon. If Troll Castle Challenge is here, that means there's been a development in terms of tickets and stuff. Would I be correct about that? Yes, Mr. Rasby, we are in fact familiar with Murphy's Laws. It's best not to invite him. And of course, we mean like Murphy's razors and stuff like that. We don't mean any actual people here when we say that. But how is your day going, Harry Murphy? I hope it's going well for you. Sure, Troll Castle Challenge says, no, not at all. Sir Coin, you're merely greeting our new team members. Understood. Understood. And as far as I am aware, there is one of those. Harry Murphy says it's going great. Thanks for asking. No problem. What about yourself? Things are going fine enough for me. Actually, before we, like, fly, we should check out the mine and just, see if there is... I want to make sure we already got the blueprint for this, because I do not believe we have yet. things are going all right here. Harry Murphy. I've had an interesting couple of weeks, I suppose. Getting used to the new year. Christmas dinner and New Year's was fine. New Year's dinner was fine enough, but I could have done without the excitement that happened at the top of this year. I really could have. I want 2026 to be boring and safe, not dangerous. Troll Castle Challenge asks, how does it feel to be at the top of the organization server? Well, I'm not quite at the top. I'm pretty close, but that top dog is still Mr. Jason, and he is a person I will continue to respect with that acknowledgement until the end of time. But it does feel nice. I mean, authority is nice to have, but you know, I don't want to wield it more than I have to. I'm hoping that my whole stint with the TCC can be more collaborative and less authoritative, generally speaking. Mr. Rasby says, getting used to a different digit in the corner of your screen of your screen. Different digit. Interesting. Joel Castle challenges you agree, sir. According to your our policies coin, Mr. Jason has entrusted you with a good majority of all the power he has.
I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
Thank you for that redemption, user 11. Here is your cap, good sir, and I know to add about 6 seconds to the timer there. I really do need to figure out a way to just increment the time up to 15, because right now I don't have any capacity to do that. Like right now, the way the timer works is that it is a Python script inside of an OBS module, and that is how all the timers work. I have had people redeem the timers before, and they have been... all that happens is it refreshes to 5 instead of, you know, adding up the time. I need to think about how I've got to fix that. In fact, I'm going to write that down before I forget. Forgive me. I'm getting to be middle-aged. Not quite there yet, but I'm getting close, and I need to write more things down these days. Strathspey says, you see long name and talk about the TCC. You take that as take it as that being the Godfather. Fair, fair. No, I didn't want to talk to the Forge Construct. Thank you, but we already know how it all works, Mr. Construct. There are a lot of people that make formalized conversation about the TCC when that shows up. I do it. Mr. Jason does it. Pretty much most of the directors, when they're talking about it, have like change up their speech to deal with that. Like we know when it is time for business, and when we're just talking at each other normally. Cool, I'm glad I paid attention to this. Yes. So, what schema stone do we get to have now? Instant scaffold. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, you'll have to go now. You didn't want to do this at all, but you don't think you'll be back today? Just wanted to say that you bought me a coffee, or maybe 2.5. Thank you very much, User 11. I'm sure that will show up in... you know, my website alerts when that happens. Thank you again. It was good to see you, User 11. I'm glad you were able to stay on for an amount of time today. I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later, good sir. But if I don't get a chance to see you again, my lovely senator, do rest well, take care of yourself, and stay safe out there. And I hope that I'll see you again. I hope I see you again, period. Sir SB says the other 10 users appreciate it a lot. I'm sure they do. Instant scaffold, huh? We basically, they gave us an I-beam and we're like, here, use it. All right, so where's the demonstration platform? That demonstration platform is out someplace. Ah, yes. Here. Oh, that's not... It is an I-beam, but it's a very long I-beam. So usually when they give us demonstrations of this stuff, almost always there's like a chest nearby that we should be paying attention for. So let's do that here. Oh, well, when you're right, you're right. And I'm glad to be correct about that. Nice. Okay, what next? Also, I should stop by the Forge Constructs and, or the, I'm sorry, not the Forge Constructs, we already have those. The Crystal Refineries and buy more fans. We're kind of running low on those. Okay, we know that our hover bike, air bike is down here. We just need to find it. Are you a Giga Clan member? is that... Wow, another mine. Can you believe this? Nope. Ancient ruins, real constructs. This must be an abandoned mine. Oh, lucky day. What should I do first? Mine crystallized charges? Try asking a construct for its treasure? Or kill the only other person who knows about my discovery? This is for Master Koga. Stop. Get out of here, Yiga Clan. No one asked for you. Mr. Resby says you feel a bit odd for being spoken highly of. Well, I mean, that should be a testament of your relationships, right? Like, you're good quality relationships. People are giving you, due respect, right? I mean, it does feel weird. I don't want to minimize that feeling for you. What I am trying to do is perhaps reassure you that the weirdness will pass. And that it should ultimately feel less weird to you when enough time has passed. I felt the same way. I felt exactly the same way when I spent the time I spent, being a part of the TCC, working my way up the chain. That amount of praise did feel weird to me at first. But it's nice to have. I like having it. I hardly get it in my personal life, so, take the compliments where you can get them. It's good for your mental health. At least I like to think so. Troll Castle Challenge says, with all due respect, the boss is a really nice person, but is not someone who will give compliments or praise lightly. Too true. That is absolutely correct. And, that's honestly preferable, considering that compliments can become meaningless if they are just kind of doled out for no apparent reason, I guess is what I should say. I'm kind of bad about that. I am someone who can be quite sycophantic if given the time to do it. I wouldn't call it self-loathing. That's like approaching it's like the sin that is opposite of pride. There's this is often talked about when it comes to, vices and virtues. the obvious vice is pride, but there is an equivalent, like, diminishment that is also a vice. So, like, the virtue is like the part of the balanced whole. It is not the deadpan opposite of one vice. Being self-loathing is in fact also a vice, and it does sit opposite pride. Get nice and adjusted here. I'll try to get a better look at that ticket when during this commercial break. I kind of skimmed it before. I liked what I read. I just want to read it in more detail. Let me just... Okay. This is working fine, and my ears are just acting funny, is what it is. Precisely. Troll Castle Challenge. I agree. Please, I have a bike already. Yes. I don't know why I tried to do that just now. I forgot about my own bike. Let's, go grab this set of
You hear that
stuff.
off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a piece-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you for sitting through that, everyone. It appears we've already been here, and I guess we had to be here when we dealt with Master Koga. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour, so in about 4 minutes, or 3 minutes from now, we will be taking another one. Those last 3 minutes, and at the top of the hour, there will be a timer above my head for such a thing. When that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk, and we can get back to the gaming. I highly encourage everyone to take a break during that time, so that... I'm just gonna go ahead and mark the rest of these so there's no, like, mix-up. In fact, down here should be our object for today, and then here, we're gonna change this pin to that pin. I structure my breaks this way so that we don't have interruptions. Nobody likes interrupted content. A lot of people click off of streams when content is interrupted that way, and I get it. I do too. Which is why, I tell people, if you want to support me directly, Patreon and Patreons or coffee are the ways to do that. I get more of the money you want to, chuck at me if I've done good work for you. Whereas if you want to support the site and you want to make sure the sites can do what they're supposed to do, then you support Twitch or YouTube or wherever has a payment structure. Like, you don't I'm teeny tiny, so I have plenty of time to like learn the ins and outs of how I want to code all these things. But eventually, my ads are my advertisements, or I should say, the info videos are going to have to get more coded than they already are to keep up with policy. I don't know how I'm gonna do that yet, but I will. Right. That makes sense, Troll Castle Challenge. I wouldn't say you're powerless. Your primary function is just that of, you know, a messenger, go-between. You do things on their behalf when you're asked. I wouldn't say that's powerless. If that makes it easier to type, that's fine. I'm not trying to police your language or anything. I don't want to police anyone's language. All I wish to do is, you know, perhaps offer an alternative framing that doesn't belittle the self quite so much sometimes. Because as I've explained to my dad, and I've explained to everyone else, mental framing can be everything. If you refer to yourself in a downward manner, then that is how you will behave, in a downward manner with yourself. I can talk more about that general philosophy when I come back from the commercial break. There is like a bit of a delay on the timers, but I will see you guys after that. Thanks. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. Let's catch up on chat. Troll Castle Challenge says, yeah, maybe powerless was not the best terminology. Right, of course. But you do not have director or even C-suite abilities? Sure, sure. You just personally work for the chair to deliver messages. Of course. Also, speaking of the chair, Mr. Executive President, he wants you to, as soon as possible, send him how you did the times in the TCC board so he can make the necessary edits tomorrow. Sure. I can, he should have the tool. I sent that to him in a DM. He should have that. But I can speak to him again in a DM. Like after stream, like I'll show him what he needs to do. Director Rasby has also submitted the same link in the boardroom as well. But I think I have a good idea of what Mr. Jason is asking for. I'll talk to him in a DM and help and have him help him reach the conclusions he needs to reach. Right. Yes, exactly. Neutral Castle Challenge says, fair enough, sir. As we all know, we just need to make sure he fully comprehends it. Right. Right. I feel like I didn't do the best job of working the tool myself. It took me a minute to realize how the times needed to be converted in order to change things. I'm gonna use that tool myself too. Troll Castle Challenge says you wouldn't want him to roadblock it. Of course, yeah, that would absolutely cause some delays. So yeah, I'll get to him in a DM. That's probably about as good as I can offer. Stressby says, you know that thingy from Tom? Ah, I just bookmarked it, but I bookmarked it on the gaming computer. I'd have to like flick over the screens to like get to that. It's great that Discord supports it. Yeah, I didn't even know Discord did time that way. Like I really didn't know that it could be time-stamped that way. That's fantastic. It took me a second to explain to Mr. Jason, and based on Mr. Rasby's explanation, it took me a second to realize, oh, the time that Mr. Jason was seeing was not what I had spat out. It was going to spit out what he could see, which means I needed to still take the time difference into account when I was making the timestamps in the appropriate channel. Mr. Rasby says if he asks what it's about, you'll say it was about time. I wish I could turn back time. Something like that. There's a Michael Oakley song that goes by that name. I think it's called Turning Back Time. It's a synthwave piece. It's really lovely. Michael Oakley is like one of my favorite retrowave artists actually, now that I think about it. He's got a pretty good singing voice. It's not... He doesn't hit the high highs or like the low lows that often, but he has decent range. And his songs are usually wholesome and they get you thinking and feeling things. What? I'm sorry, what? Why did that happen? Why are there Gibdos here? Mr. Jason says you've returned yet to help your family. There's a song by Cher called, I think, it's either Cher or Chair. I don't know which one. If you could turn back time. Maybe Michael Oakley did a cover of that song? That's the second to last one. Let me try to look at that. And we said Cher said the same song. Sorry for looking at my phone so much. Okay, not the same lyrics. Not the same lyrics. Those were different lyrics. Okay. Just goes to show you that you really can, you really can, in fact, even if you title your song very similarly, as long as you, like, change up a couple of words in your titles, you should be good to go. Which is nice, because then I, you know... If Michael Oakley had to change his title, I would not be able to find it. I've talked about my love of synthwave before. What is everyone's single favorite musical genre? Just like, I think I understand why that is a cemetery. Because there wouldn't be Gibdos there if that were the case. If that weren't the case. This should be it. This is the only dark spot left in the whole wide map. It's tough for me to pin down the exact one, but I think my favorite genre overall is synthwave because it is so varied. And really, unless it's retrowave, right? Like where there are lyrics, or you know, Dance with the Dead, which also has lyrics in some of their songs, or like Gunship, or there are a few that have lyrics. For the most part, it's just noise. No one can really get mad at that. No one could get mad at just that. People can get mad at lyrics. People can use lyrics to like speak truth to power, and that might upset some folks. Noise can't do that. Just pure musical melody can't do that. Mr. Jason says you like 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. Oh, so you're an oldies person, huh? That's cool. My parents like a lot of the oldies. Sturesby says, listening to something very recent, it's something involving great fairies. That is not a piece of music. You know what? I shouldn't say that. It's probably music to someone's ears. Mr. Jason says in a lot of I mean, is it the sound of silence? What is it? I forget who the author of that is. Mr. Espy says preferably less of, but yeah. And then he goes on to say, the politically correct music genre. I mean, it being politically correct, quote unquote, is a side effect of the music. Again, retrowave has lyrics, and that's kind of the whole point. but it's supposed to be something that just about everyone can immerse themselves into without political messaging. It's the last time we're seeing this, so I'm letting it play out. But I promise, if Hosier came out today with synthwave that I liked, and it was not politically correct, it in fact expressed an opinion, I would probably still like it. Because it's synthwave. Sir Usby says, gonna investigate that great fairy moaning piece for political messaging. Just in case you don't want oh my god. Don't want the government taking away your pleasure. Subscribe to the channels that promote great fairy ASMR today, and let your government official know through a phone call or an unsolicited email that censorship regarding these wondrous pieces of totally non-hedonistic sound effects are totally within legal purview to listen to. Okay. Yeah, the banter bit's gonna be a bit, it doesn't sound straightforward. It sounds straightforward, but it's a bit less than straightforward. A lot of people have a lot of different expectations for what the board is and isn't, myself included. Please tell me that is the last, that's the last one, right? It's the last light route. There's no, like... Yeah, that's everything. There's no spot other than, like, down here that we probably need to go find. That we should find, but that is, like, the end of the game. Mr. Jason says, imagine lift elevator music was interrupted randomly by great fairy moans. You would have parents... What? You should have gotten something for the last light route, Mr. Coin. Okay. Dang it. Why? I've been following a map. What have I forgotten? Because a light route should, like, not be... It should be a place where a shrine should be. I hate this game. I hate this game so much right now. I have followed maps diligently and have found nothing. I'm gonna have to look around and try to find it, aren't I? Yeah, I don't want to bore people with this, so we're just gonna explore what we have. We still have a desert coliseum to find. Let's see. Mr. Jason says this is going from bad to worse, Mr. Coin. It is. Mr. Rasby says, and on other news, TCC higher-ups publicly announced that they hate TOT Tears of the Kingdom. I just realized there was a W instead of a K there. Yeah. Trust me, I'm gonna mold out with Elden Ring too. Don't worry. If and or when that is happening. Mr. Rasby says, Policy 8. Anything mentioned by I can't even think straight. I can't even speak straight. That's how upset I am. Policy 8. Anything mentioned by TCC staff of any level or rank is their own personal views and does not reflect their stance internally within the organization. Yup. I don't even allude to that when we're talking about stuff like that. You know what? I'm taking out my rage on an entity. Let's freaking go. Hinox, this is probably the worst day you are ever going to have. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I got a headpiece and I didn't even read it. A mask used for working in darkness. The attached lamps are filled with bioluminescent material to light one's surroundings. Right here. Careful, that's just gonna do that. So we're gonna blow it up. Now we're gonna blow that up a couple of times. Bye. Mr. Rasby says, "Ah, crap. I need to upgrade the propaganda machine. Monka W." Mr. Jason says we have more policies than we have rules, but not by a lot. Yeah, that is true. Mr. Rasby says, does it have policies about making policies? That's part of the Mr. Jason vision more than anything. I don't think about it too terribly often. I just take the policies as they come. And of course, you know, we have the ability to put these policies under review too. But most of the ones that are there, or I should say all of the ones that are there, until I've had a chance to like internalize them, I still have not internalized the policies yet. All of them make sense to be there. It is basically the, you know, most of it is to cover your own butt. Usually with corporate policy, that's more or less what it is. It's just, we have to cover our own butt when it comes to individuals. Like, individual opinion cannot be corporate opinion, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, a lot of it mirrors how corporations behave in the real world. More or less. Well, I guess if we wanted Gibdo wings, this is where we could get them, because most of the other places we've seen Gibdos post Sand Shroud were in the or I should say are of the form of just bog standard Gibdo. Troll Castle Challenge says, indeed, Mr. Coin. Sir, policies are subject to board review, but it needs to be unanimous and then approved by the chair. Of course. Absolutely. Everything is under internal audit. I'm sorry, what? Hold on. Is this going to take us to the top? It is. Oh, has a Gibdo hive grown on top of this particular Coliseum? I've never seen a Coliseum filled in like this before. Oh no, it's a spot for Horriblins. Got it. Aelin, if you wanted your boom booms, here they are, good sir. Here are lots of boom booms. Oh, lots of them are just falling down. Mr. Rasby says, policy number 622. Every policy divisible by 13 or 11 are not subject to directors. Other stuff are also unaffected if a policy is divisible by both at once. I'm pretty... is there a number that's divisible by 11 and 13 at once? I'd have to think about that for a second. Troll Castle Challenge says, after all, since the TCC is UK-based, it is slightly like the UK government, where the policymakers discuss it and then it gets sent to the monarch for something called royal assent, and then it becomes law. Oh, really? That's interesting. I kind of thought the monarch more or less stayed out of it unless it was a vote of, like, no confidence or whatever. I learn new things every day. Phil Castle says not quite the same, but it's the basic premise. Yeah, that's making sense. Mr. Rasby says 13 times 11 certainly is 143. Oh, yes. You could always find a number that two numbers are divisible by. You multiply them together. Yeah, of course that works. Whoops. That is me being in streamer headspace and forgetting to turn on my brain for math. Okay, we have... Ooh, actually, we just got a Frox Horn not that long ago. We can pop one of these bad boys on. Which is right here. And then we can swap out this stick for... I saw like a gnarled stick a second ago where I thought we had one. Guess not. Troll Castle Challenge says, no, Mr. Coin, sir. The UK government has to get approval by the monarch, but the decisions are made in Parliament. For you see, Mr. Coin, the commander-in-chief of the UK's army is in fact the monarch. Just a little British lore there. That I did not know. I learn new things every day. Here, I'm used to the leader of the country also doubling as the military commander-in-chief. That is, of course, Donald J. Trump right now. God have mercy. God have mercy on all of us right now. But let me switch to a regular bow for this. Normally I would put a lot more stock in our military commander-in-chief, but I fear we've committed a war crime right now. Once again, my opinions are not that of the TCC. I feel like I need to probably state this a lot more often now than I usually do. I'm not happy about things that have happened. Mr. Rasby says, follow Quinn for more oligarchy tips. You mean like how to dismantle them? Sure, I suppose. Tension says, Mr. Coin, did you know that they brought out a Breath of the Wild VR? It looks... Oh, really? No, I did not know that, Tension. I can imagine it would look super cool. I didn't think the Switch 2 was capable of VR. I guess if you have, like, accessories, right? Like, that is something you can do. Bring them over here. Blow them all up at once. Careful. What? He just leapt right in. I didn't think that was part of an attack. Mr. Jason says, Breath of the Wild VR is actually pretty old, Mr. Coin. It was about Nintendo Labo. Oh, I didn't know that. To be honest, I kind of forgot Nintendo Labo was a product. Mr. Rasby says, I suppose hardware can run it if the game supports it. Right. Mr. Jason says, you didn't purchase it because buying cardboard wasn't a line that Mr. Jason was willing to cross. Fair. Tension says, yeah, Mr. Coin, you should hear a lot about it soon. No doubt. I'm looking forward to that. I'm hitting him on the back. Let's not do that. Bye. What do we get for fighting all this? That's what I want to know. I could have sworn there was a gnarled stick, but maybe I'm, like, misremembering things, and we should take the regular sturdy stick we have here. Sheik's mask. A mask said to have been worn by a Sheikah who saved a time-traveling hero. Made from the finest of Sheikah's stealth fabrics, it is the final word in undercover gear. There's only one thing to do. Da da da, da da dum, da 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 dum, dum. 10 points to anyone that can guess what Ocarina of Time melody that is. Mr. Jason says, you purchased a lot of insane stuff, but cardboard wasn't a line that you would cross. Oh, that was supposed to be a joke. Whoopsie, that was me being dense. Tension says ninja mode. Mr. Jason says, no, that's not a joke. Well, very well. You just repeated it twice, so I thought I missed a joke. It was an expansion to what you said earlier. I believe you, Mr. Jason. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I didn't really consider the Labo a real product for the same reason that I don't really pay attention to Amiibo. I don't pay attention to Amiibo because A, too expensive. B, perhaps more importantly, I feel like if I'm doing that, if I'm like purchasing peripheral products just to play games, then I don't really feel like how do I word this? I guess that part of it goes back to more of me being a minimalist. I'm like a huge minimalist, and Amiibo and like cardboard Labo stuff just kind of, it would clutter my room. I hate that. Yeah, see, Mr. Rasby was sharing the same brain cell I was there. Mr. Jason says, I'm sorry, I'm missing messages on the YouTube side. Tension says you love that ninja outfit the best. Oh, so do you pair the stealth masks or stealth set with the with Sheik's mask? Is that what you do, Mr. Tension? Just curious. Mr. Jason says, after all, Mr. Jason is the guy with 6 Pokeball Plus just because you wanted to have enough to have a full Pokemon team's worth. Have you used them for their purpose yet? Absolutely not. Oh, that's just called being a collector right there. Tension says, yeah. Doesn't that, like, break your set, though, Tension? So, like, you get the night speed buff up if, well, actually, now that I think about it, there's 50 or 66% of the time where you don't get a set bonus, so I could sort of see that. Okay, so the what's the deal with the Gerudo, or the Gerudo Cemetery? Is this just a place where we can find Gibdo? Or is there something else to that? Tension says, yeah, you love Sheikah gear. Fair, I do too. Mr. Jason says you have 6 Pokeball Plus. You have 1 more with Mew, and then you have 3 sealed. So yeah, yeah, that's just being a collector right there. That is perfectly fine. Huh. Okay, so I need to think about this. Like, I need to think about what we should do next. Part of me wants to go try to find the last light route because that should be really easy to do. Some other part of me wants to finish exploring the all of the mines in the depths to make sure we have those treasure chests. Some other part of me wants to do quests. Mr. Jason says there's a treasure in the Gibdo cemetery, you believe, in the center? Okay. Mr. Esby says, oh my god, are you saying being a collector right here? You're playing Downfall as the collector right now? Oh, I'm aware of Slay the Spire. That's a cool mod. It's like it's a cornerstone of all my Slay the Spire runs. I hear that the Slay the Spire has been making like quite the headlines for an old game, because I definitely know that you know, people are awaiting Slay the Spire 2. There's a YouTuber out there, his name is Frost Prime. He talks about that stuff a great deal. Yeah, they just go down in one shot. Easy. Easy peasy. Alright, it's supposed to be in the center of the cemetery, so I'm willing to bet you just lift open the coffin lid there and we probably have it. Or like any one of these coffin lids, I should say. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, this is the only thing I could think about here is like the Gibdo wings. Why is there? Oh. Get out of here. Stop. Thank you. Can everyone and their mother please stop interrupting our grave robbing? What's a dazzle fruit do here? Interesting. Mr. Jason says, I guess Mr. Rasby was inspired to play that. Too true. Mr. Rasby says, yes, a grave robbing. I mean, that is what we're doing here at the cemetery. So, in fact, it's pretty much the only thing that we're doing here. I'm definitely just trolling myself, and it's the one in the center, right? Mr. Jason says, make sure that you could do this right, Mr. Coin. You could get in trouble for making a grave mistake. That was a good one, though, in all seriousness. Mr. says, here at the Coin Stream, we're not just talking about happy and nice things. Yeah, in fact, we talk about macabre, often forbidden subjects. Yeah, you know, I should have just lifted the center lid, and it would have been fine. All right, what do we have here? Really? All right, video game. I guess, you know, if you come here at an earlier point, this is probably a fine enough reward. I don't know. I just don't need that sort of thing now, so I get kind of miffed to see crystallized charges. I guess that's, you know, more fans and stuff we don't have to, like, go grind ore or horns for. So, fair enough, I guess. Okay, I think, I know there was a spot that I had marked, either on the surface or down here that we should probably do. Mr. Jason says, but the least the sound of the hunt charged you up, Mr. Coin. Too true. It is the potential for treasure. So, Anyone got any amazing dinner plans tonight? I have, we're making something on the crock pot. I don't know what it is yet, but it's like a huge crock pot dinner with, soy sauce, ketchup, chicken legs, rice, root vegetables, some corn, green beans, peas. That's like a whole thing. I'm looking really forward to it. With it smells really nice. It's even got some garlic in it. Okay, so if we can just go and find, if we can be told where monster locations are, maybe that, will be, maybe paying attention, or maybe, heading into the shelter will do us some good. And we'll kind of figure out other things to do in the meantime. I will get these Koroks. Come hell or high water, we will get them. It will be a thing that happens. I just don't want to subject people to the boring parts of that process.
Oh.
There you are, I was waiting. Could you please hurry over to Pora? She's using the telescope to search for the princess. My eyes are good enough that I could count the spikes on the Molduga from a very, very safe distance. But even I couldn't see any sign of the princess without using Pora's telescope. Mr. Asby says, corn tent. Too true. We had coin tent, now we have corn tent. Mr. Jason says if Zelda lived in the tunnel under the castle, she would really live a sheltered life. Mr. Jason is manifesting Aelin to appear. I do wonder when we may see Aelin today. I'm sure he'll show up. You know, I think this is like the week where like the music festival is supposed to be like active, if I recall right. So we probably won't see too much of him. And for what it's worth, good sir, if you're watching the VOD, I do hope that your music festival and concert goes smoothly. We've had a lot of upticks in crime lately. The last thing I want is for something bad to happen. No matter how hard you squint, she's not visible from here. Oh, Link, pardon me. We've got word that the princess was spotted at Hyrule Castle. I was hoping I'd catch sight of her. But the castle's so far, I can't see much of anything. Please tell me that I can talk to everyone down here.
Oh.
Burning the candle at both ends, Link. I appreciate you taking the time to visit the Monster Control HQ. Recently, Pora asked that we suspend our involvement in the search for Princess Zelda, so we've resumed our primary mission to hunt down the monsters that have been running rampant since the upheaval. All 3 squads are out hunting monsters and gathering information about recent large monster sightings. They've been sharing updates with us. How about big monsters? I've heard tell about a number of large monsters. I have a report saying that a Molduga was discovered in the East Barrens of the Gerudo Desert. The report came from the ground research team, and they've asked us to exterminate us. Exterminate it. Good lord. A Molduga is a terrifying beast that swims through the sand like a fish. We'd go after it, but we don't have the means to tackle a monster that burrows in the sand like that. Curious about anything else? Mr. Jason says in this game, it's not Hyrule Castle, it's Hyrule Castle. Too true. Mr. Espy says, talking about monsters. You still remember what I said one day, Coin? Happy spouse, happy house? Too true. Yeah, happy spouse, happy house is good wisdom to live by. Just don't let it turn into, you know, happy spouse at all costs, which is what happy wife, happy life is. That like the heteronormative version of that phrase is. It's supposed to mean that you're supposed to value your companionship with your partner so much that you sacrifice the truth or doing right in order to make them happy sometimes. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Rasby, you just remembered that we took coin on an interesting adventure last week. Remember? Kind of. Oh yeah, the rhyming scheme that shall not be named, or else we will spend another hour dissecting it." Mr. Rasby says, "Wanted, dead or alive, happy spouse." Too true. A lot of men and women are seeking companionship, but if the TikToks and the Facebook Reels and the YouTube Shorts are anything to go by, less and less people are willing to put in the work to
Sex.
make that happen, because in the simplest terms, people view relationships as being transactional instead of being a partnership. And when people view relationships as transactional and, oh, what can you do for me? What can you do for me? Blah, blah, blah. It very much turns into, you know, extract value out of your partner at any cost. That's without putting my foot too deep into the landmine there. I can kind of pull it out safely and we not discuss too much of that anymore. Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome back. Good to see you again, good sir. I trust things have been going smoothly for you since the last time we've talked. You come in at a good time. We are we are in the midst of cleaning up a few things since we have apparently missed a light route somewhere and I need to go find it. Mr. Rasby says, "Oh wait, you read that as Mr. Jason was on that adventure?" Well, he was. He was the tourist. Oh no. Yep, here we go. Yep. Thank you for that wonderful recharge, good sir. Thank you for that satisfying 100-bit jolt. Thank you for the 100 pennies, good sir. Much appreciated. That is $1 in the pool that I did not have before, and it is that much closer to being paid out. I'll try to make my reaction to that a little bit more
I shall
exaggerated
place
next
the
time.
sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses.
I should start keeping this table right here for such setups. Yes, I was the unsuspecting tourist. Too true, Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, "You know how to make a good entry?" You do, good sir. You do. Everyone loves using and spamming that button. This one here.
Sex.
Everyone loves that button. People are willing to pay the channel points to make that button sing for them. Mr. Tension says, "Mr. Coin, you didn't know they made 4 Hyrule Warrior games? You have 2 more to get then? 4 of them? Yeah, that sounds right. We have the Breath of the Wild era, or the Wild era Hyrule Warriors. I know about the initial one where you had, like, you had Impa, you had Zelda, you had Ruto, you had a few others. And when I say Impa, I mean the much older woman one, and not the Impa that we would have known during the Wild era. Different Impas. But I'm failing to see where there's a 4th one. Mr. Shiny says, "You took that redeem and made it your entry message. We are not the same." That is true. That is true. But you were only able to do that off of my own soundboard, which of course I'm very happy that you are making generous use of. How are the expeditions, Gremlins? Hawes' squad, Torrin's squad, and Flaxel's squad of the monster control crew are taking down monsters. Hawes' squad is hunting monsters in Hyrule Field to the south of Lookout Landing. If you see them there, do me a favor and help them out, please. Torrin's squad? Torrin's squad is on the north side of Death Mountain in Eldon. They're heading for a lake discovered by Lake Darman, which used to be a lava lake, but has since stopped flowing. They're taking out the monsters nesting in the cave, so if you see them there, do me a favor and help them out, please. I should be taking snaps of these. Mr. Jason says, Tension just reminded you of something, Mr. Coin. For a little while, you forgot to remind me that Mr. Jason has the scarf that Link wears from the original Hyrule Warriors. Oh. And Mr. Jason also has a sealed one of the limited edition. Nice. Mr. Jason says, nice tit for tat, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Esby says, unlock the awakened one. Hype to try him out. Oh, what do you mean the enemies don't cast power cards? Oh, they don't. They just have buffs. They do things and power themselves up. Tension says, okay. Wow, not, yeah. Mr. Jason really is quite the collector. Let's take some snappies. Nope, hold on. Lake Darman. Okay, and then Flaxel. Hunting monsters in Farron to the south. Oh, and I should have taken a picture of that, which is the Minoet River. Okay. I'm good, thank you. All the tools we might have used in battle are decayed and useless now. Despite that, we're all doing what we can. If you ever run into anyone from the Monster Control crew during your travels, I appreciate you lending them a hand. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Well, hold on. I guess before I do anything, Mr. Jason, or Mr. Shiny, you two would be the ones to know this. Oh, I guess anybody can answer if they know it. Speaking to Pora with the telescope up there, is that the point of no return? Is this the point of no return? Because if it is, then I know to avoid it. If I can talk... Okay. Then in that case, I would like for this place to return to normal. So we're going to see a cutscene. Let's do that. Though we may have a lead as to Princess Zelda's whereabouts, I cannot assist in any meaningful way. How shameful. My joints are so weak at this point that I cannot even reach the telescope where Pora is located. Hey, it's President Unobo's friend. Listen to this. I heard Princess Zelda might be in Hyrule Castle, but it's tough to see from here. Miss Pora is so lucky with that fancy scope of hers. Our hands are a bit tied with her in a place like that. What is it? I'm thinking right now. If you want Pora, she's up above. Don't be so hasty to climb after her that you miss a rung, okay? Sure. Oh, hey, Link, have you heard? Apparently, Pora spotted a figure within Hyrule Castle. I flew off as soon as I could to try to see who it might be, but I wasn't able to discern anything, unfortunately. It must have been a false alarm. I got so worked up thinking it might be Princess Zelda. Mr. Jason, or Mr. Shiny says nope. Mr. Jason says nope. Tension says, yeah, Mr. Coin. I guess the fourth one is Hyrule Legends, which is just Hyrule Warriors upgraded. That's why I couldn't think of what the fourth one was. It was the Legends version. Makes sense. Mr. Rasby says that was interesting positioning. You mean with the camera staring at Booleara like that? Is that what you meant? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, following your example with a light spoiler, the point of no return is quite deep down under the chasm under Hyrule Castle. Right, with Ganondorf. We know who he is, so I could say the name. And everything. Wait, why is this here? Oh, this must just be like a clamp. Do we wait? Mr. Shiny says, game, is that camera angle really that important for the plot? Yes, it's for retention metrics. Absolutely. All the heuristics prove it too. That's what I've heard online anyway. Mr. Jason says secret stones. Demon King, yeah, I've got that written down. I need to go find a clip of that to use. Just I lost a lot of this weekend to like IRL setbacks and working on TCC proposals. I'm gonna do a smart, and I'm gonna wait for until after the commercial break before the cutscene and everything.
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys so very much for sitting through that. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. Of course, this is the last one we take. There will be a timer above my head in about 4 minutes. In about 4 minutes. That timer is 3 minutes long. Sorry, let me try that again with less butchery of what I was saying. That timer, when that does happen in about 3 minutes, will be 3 minutes long. And when that timer hits 0, I will have returned to my desk. I highly encourage everyone to take a break at the at the same time that I do, so that you guys don't miss out on cutscenes or wonderful, wonderful content. You guys have truly been the best today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me up to this point, and I look forward to a fairly strong hour, among other things. And we can catch up on chat while I wait for the timer to basically do its thing. Mr. Shiny says, so this was the imprisoning war? I recognize the typo and was thinking to say it normally. Mr. Shiny says, dang it, of course he had to make a typo in a moment like this. I mean, this is the best time to make typos when, toward like the... Like, I think at the time he thought people probably thought I was going to activate the cutscene. I have thought better of that. And so times like these are great to make typos. Mr. Raspy says, if it was OF, instead of zap your feed, it would be zap your feet. That is funny enough to count for jokes. Insert the give me feet pics meme here. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you should have read it as imprisoning war, or imprisoning war for a laugh. I've waffled back and forth about that. I often wonder if I should just read the lines straight, because people might get a laugh out of that. But then I've bumped into so many streams where someone does that, and people do in fact get upset about that. So I've thought better of it. I don't think I have the charisma to pull off reading lines like that and having that come off as, oh, the misspelling made it funny, and not the, oh, I'm mocking someone for misspelling a word. I don't think I have the charisma to separate those two things. Mr. Shiny says, I showed you my Royal Claymore. Please respond. Where is it? It's right here. Indeed. Mr. Tension says, I wish you could help on the Koroks. You've been working hard for that 100%. I appreciate all the attempts at help. I really, really do. I just need to do it. I need to take the time to do it on my own. And with being the executive president of the TCC, I have a little bit less time than I normally do for such things now. So that's going to put a strain, but I will take the time to do it. Promise. We're going to put a few more steering sticks and call it good. Mr. Jason says you've just thought of an interesting idea, Mr. Coin. What's that, Mr. Jason? And while you're likely spitting out whatever that idea is, you know, you'll have all the time to do it over the commercial break. Mr. Jason says it would be funny if at completely random times. God, dang it. I'll read it when I come back. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I know that silence had to have been absolutely unbearable. Hopefully we all got to enjoy our commercial break, or at least do something productive during it, because I know commercial breaks are boring and oh, so unnecessary. I hate this part of being a content creator, if I'm being completely honest. I want to make the content. I don't like shilling, but I don't like making money off people watching me, but not much to do about that, honestly. My goodness. So, catching back up on chat, let me check YouTube first. Tension says you're doing it right, Mr. Coin. That's what you did in Breath of the Wild. Mark them off on paper. Yeah, as I've explained to a few people, there's really just no good way of handling it other than taking the darn time to cross off all the options. It's tedious. I wish Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom had a few more conveniences to help us out with that. But since that's not the case, all you can do is just go through one by one, or even no matter how you group them up, you're still going one by one and crossing them off a list every single time. Nothing to do but that. Mr. Jason says it would be funny if at completely random but infrequent times you have a great fairy moan play. Okay, I better add that to the... Alright, I've at least added it as a task to look at. Well, several lulls, of course. One lull for each great fairy. Too true. Scarasby says every 100 bits in a stream means 1 hour of, at 2 random times this hour, a great fairy moan will play. I don't even know how I would set that up. If I'm being completely honest, I have zero idea how I would do. So honestly, I would have to do what many streamers do in this department and just have someone else set that up. Mr. Jason says, although maybe not, because, you know, the parents are watching. Too true. Mr. Shiny says, you mean single moms in my area? Oh, no. Single moms? Single moms in my area. I don't know. Do people find single mom funny, or would people have simply preferred I just left it at correcting the single when I'm reading it? I have no idea. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin has so much chat to catch up on. Too true. Tension says the only tip you have is to do it region by region. Yup. Region by region, puzzle type by puzzle type. I've got quite a few different grouping methods. I probably honestly need to, like, commandeer, like, someone who lives with me in my house to, like, help me do it, because I can't. I'm looking at Korok dots all day long, and it's making me miss something, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I feel like I'm going nutty, absolutely ape, insane. Mr. Jason says Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom do have a few more conveniences, Mr. Coin. Notes. Ah, yes. If you pay me money to get a Switch 2 to take notes. No, thank you. Get that. If people enjoy Zelda notes, that's fine, but no, thank you. Mr. Resby says, sometimes you're wondering, is the world really going to hell, or are we the actual degenerates? No, good sir, I'm afraid you're not wrong. The world really is going to hell, but we are actually also secretly the degenerates. It's both. And when I say we, I don't mean my beloved audience. I mean the world. Humans as a whole. Exactly. Why not both? Amazing. Exactly. Mr. Resby says, you know how to set that up? I would be mildly interested in hearing more details in a DM at your easiest convenience, Mr. Rasby. That is about as much as I will say regarding that. Mr. Jason says, on a serious topic, Mr. Coin, Zelda Notes is basically, from what you've seen, Hyrule GPS. Yeah, that's what I've heard, and if that's what it is, they should have just rolled it out for, you know, the Switch 1 version. Why? Zelda Notes should have just been an independent app. Like, I'm sorry, what? Mr. SB says, what, do you want to hear it all right now into 4 or 5 huge chat walls directly on Twitch? walls of text directly on Twitch chat? Oh, well. No, that's why I said, you know, DM. You could do that through Discord if you would prefer. Or, you know, I don't want to compel you to speak either. Mr. Shiny says it would make finding Korok so much easier. Yes, it would. I'm mad at Nintendo that this feature was paywalled behind a $500 like super brick and, you know, like a $70 or $80 video game with the free mobile app. I hate that. I hate it here. This is what 2026 is going to feel like this year. Just us screaming into the void, falling into the lawn or the ground as it happens. That's what that's going to feel like. Hold on. Mr. Rasby says on one end they've got the right to do it. Of course, I don't fault Nintendo for making a smart business transaction. What I fault them for is for the lack of user accessibility. Mr. Jason says Zelda notes the $580 Hyrule GPS, which totally could have been done for Switch 1. It probably is just as simple as setting up a web connection to do it. Now, if we want to say that the Nintendo Switch 1 infrastructure couldn't handle running the game and maintaining a live link feed that is probably a glorified webhook, yeah. Hate this timeline. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, the Shiny's apple scotch, it's not bad. I was going to ask about that. What sort of scotch did you mix into the apple juice? I forget what scotch it was, actually. I'm sorry if you said it before. I completely lost track of lots of conversations. Mr. Shiny says a cheap one? Fair enough. How do you mask the taste of cheap alcohol? You mix it in juice. Everyone's probably familiar with gin and juice or gin and tonic. Yeah, that's what all that stuff is. It's mixing the taste to make them missable, drinkable. And when I say missable, I mean MISCIBLE, like substances that mix together. Immiscible would, of course, mean substances that do not mix together. Oil and water are, for the large part, immiscible. Mr. Rasby says we've reached 10 gin and tonic. I don't drink. I don't drink. If I do drink, the last time I drank anything, I went to Snooze Land. Okay. I guess what we do then is we go find the Spring of Courage and turn in the Farosh's Claw. I'm going to hope that that is correct. Mr. Shiny says it's Ballantines. Cheap, but it does the job. I mean, that's the important part. You know, do the job. It does the job. Mr. Rasby says, here's one simple trick to fix your sleep. Drink a frick ton the day before. Mr. Shiny, I take it you've had Ballantines by itself then to make that determination? I assume you wouldn't mix, not vodka, I'm sorry, scotch. You wouldn't mix scotch you didn't like in there. Is it this? It's this fountain. Yes, good. I'm glad I found that. All right. Let's find our Farosh Claw, which is probably around here somewhere. Whenever I can find it. Right here. Perfect. Mr. Resby says, fun fact, scotchy, I'm sorry, pronounced exactly as Scotch from English. In Romanian, it means duct tape. Oh, that's cool. Scotch or Scotch. Yeah, Scotch. Why am I trying to alter the pronunciation? Because it's a foreign word to me. It's not. Just say Scotch. I think I heard a Romanian YouTuber say Meech one time when I saw the spelling. It was like Michi? No, it's not right. It's a habit I have to knock myself out of. Mr. Shiny says you've drank it as a spirit. Ah, okay, good. And it's decent. That's good. Niche. Yeah, niche. Exactly. Like a ground hamburger dish. AKA neither. Precisely. Mr. Jason says, speaking of alcohol, Mr. Coin. Yes, I mean meech, not niche. Yeah. M, not N. Yeah. I guess I'll mention the story about that in a second, but I want to read the other message first. Mr. Jason says, speaking of alcohol, Mr. Coin, a certain British chocolatier that Mr. Jason doesn't shut up about sells an espresso martini velvetized cream, and for said retailer's standards, it's actually reasonable for £23. Nice. Mr. Resby says, unofficial traditional meal. Mr. Resby, then, oh, right, I missed one. F yes, meech with alcohol. Mr. Resby says, once every while we cook that. Best stuff ever. Yeah, so there's a subreddit called Kitchen Cells, r/Kitchen Cells. It's a portmanteau of literally kitchen and incel. And someone was reviewing kitchen cell content on YouTube, and there was a picture that was like, it goes something like, I found out the girl I was pursuing today was a lesbian. Here's burger meat hot dogs for me and my father, who hates me. That's the incel part of the post. And it's literally ground hamburger that has been molded into a shape of a hot dog and put on a bun with American cheese on it. Pretty disgusting if you ask me, but they apparently said it kind of looks like meat to them. So Mr. Jason says you're going to head off now, Mr. Coin. You're quite tired. Very well, Mr. Jason. I'll read your message before I see you off. Mr. Jason that goes on to say its description is a chocolatier's take on a classic espresso martini. Real chocolate melted with crisp vodka lashings of cream, and a hint of espresso. Oh, that's mixing uppers and downers. I don't know about that one. But, I mean, everyone... It's designer. That's the whole point. It's designer alcohol. Sounds decent. I can sample alcohol. It's not like I hate drinking it. I just don't like to drink. I sleep when this happens. That said, Mr. Jason, it was good to see you, good sir. I do hope you rest well, good sir. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if I don't see you for whatever reason, my lovely senator, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, enjoy your sleep, good sir. We've got many more productive days yet ahead of us. Mr. Shiny says, how about mi amore, espresso macchiato, macchiato, macchiato. That's, I know that's my friend. I know that much, or, well, okay, amore is, like, complicated. It's, like, sometimes it, like, refers to friends, like, the best of friends, and sometimes it's, like, referring to a lover of sorts. And then, is that espresso? Yeah. Oh, wait, I recognize these. This made the headlines when with like the a certain court hearing. Those lyrics came up then, actually. That's about as much as I will say. Mr. Jason says, indeed, you're looking forward to the continuation of the meeting. Yeah, I imagine that's going to take several days to hash out fully, just because of everyone's schedules and everything. There, Mr. Resby says, meech with beer, not just any alcohol. Yeah, could not be me. Although I've never, again, I wouldn't say no to meech, just not the alcohol. Mr. Jason says, once again, though, good work today, Mr. Rasby and Mr. Coin. Indeed. Mr. Rasby says the best of friends or friends with benefits. Yeah. Amore is kind of like that. It fits the in between those two words. Mr. Rasby says you eat meat with non-alcoholic beer. Wait, what? I believe you. I've never heard of that before. Like, I've heard of zero beverages or zero spirits, but not non-alcoholic beer. What would you even call that? This is stuff that Coin is learning. So what, you just want the hops? Mr. Shiny says, also remember, there's nothing more manly than
Sex.
Sorry, I saw that and knew I would have to autocomplete with the soundboard. Mr. Shiny goes on to say that you don't know the rest of that quote, do you? I know the quote. That's not the problem, Mr. Shiny. The problem is I shouldn't say it. And it's not because it's bad. I hate that I have to say it like this. It is because of certain recent, like within the past year and 5 days, because of a certain very public, very bad event, those lyrics came up in that very bad event. And I do not want to take a risk. I don't want to take a risk that I am a quote-unquote sympathizer and get into legal trouble. That is what I want to avoid given the current state of U.S. politics. I'm hoping that is making some amount of sense in the roundabout way that I'm having to say it. Mr. Resby says, that's how we call it in Romanian. Bere fără alcohol. Oh, cool. Right. No alcohol. Makes sense. Beer without alcohol. I think I get what that's supposed to mean. Mr. Resby says, when you were very little, you would drink it a lot. I'm glad that is a thing that people know about. I apparently just never knew beer was specifically a thing that was marketed in a non-alcoholic way. Like I said, I'm learning things. Mr. Resby says you don't know the quote and you get the feeling you don't want to know. Probably best if I don't type it to you. Mr. Shiny would be perhaps a much better, more suitable person to DM that to you if he wants to do so. Because the U.S. government has technology that reads phone data, and they scan that with any ingoing or outgoing trip. There are state border checkpoints that will even scan for these, and I could get in a lot of trouble if those words are written in my phone data somewhere. That's what I'll say. I can explain it more directly in like Discord DMs later. I'm wanting to tiptoe around it a little bit for the purposes of on camera. Thank you, devout swordsman. I have sent a measure of my strength to the mother goddess statue. For this pious deed, I shall bestow upon you a small blessing. A gemstone? Fair. With your aid, a measure of our strength has gone to restore the mother goddess statue who dwells in the vast canyon. You should make a pilgrimage there in tribute. There's the Mother Goddess statue, and then there is the... It would be the Spring of Courage, right? Yeah, it would. To restore the toppled Mother Goddess statue, you offer the Golden Spirit Farosh's claw at... The Golden Spirit Farosh's claw at the Spring of Courage. Assisting the goddess statues at the other springs will apparently help restore the Mother Goddess statue. And then... Oh, that's where we've set things. That would be... It would be down here. Answering the pleas you heard from the goddess statues at the Springs of Wisdom, Power, and Courage has apparently restored the Mother Goddess statue. They directed you to visit the Mother Goddess statue in the Forgotten Temple. Okay, let's go do that right now. Hopefully this will be one of the last times that we have to go back here. Because we already dealt with all the geoglyphs and we don't need to make use of that room anymore. Mr. Espy says, I mean, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, it is fine. I appreciate everyone saying that. I feel like I'm being unreasonable about what are probably fine words otherwise. And, like, I'm very aware that they're part of a not harmful song. It is just... I'll put it this way, in a method that I think a lot of Europeans will probably make sense of. The Iron Cross, the Hooked Cross, as it is called. The Hooked Cross is not something that you generally look upon with, you know, a great deal of respect, right? Most people spit on that. And by extension, it's still taking people a long time to understand that the hooked cross is not a swastika. It is not the ancient Hindu symbol of peace. You know, the hooked cross is what the Nazis used in order to, you know, project their power. It was a symbol, right? Those lyrics are kind of like that, where they've become a symbol of something people want nothing to do with. And, like, it's only true here in the States, without mentioning what the event is directly. But I hope that that analogy is making more sense now. And I'm not just like, oh, you know... I'm saying stupid for no reason. I don't like leaving people with hanging explanations. I think that's wrong. Devout swordsman who offers his prayers, I am deeply grateful for the aid you've provided to the statues at the springs. I bestow this upon you in recognition of your wisdom, power, and courage. White Sword of the Sky. A hero said to have once belonged to a hero... A sword said to have once belonged to a hero from the sky. Its beautiful white blade stands out. When it's wielded, a strange yet heavenly breeze kicks up around you. Go and bring peace to this world. Answering the pleas of the goddess statues at the three springs of wisdom, power, and courage, has restored the Mother Goddess statue in the Forgotten Temple, from whom you've received the white sword in the sky. Let's take a look at it. Is this the Heavenly Breeze? Okay, let's not go breaking our new find. I can't tell what sword this is. White Sword of the Sky. Well, that's either got to do with, like, Wind Waker, which I don't think is the case. Or, I think what this actually could be is, like, the sword from, you know, Adventures of the Four Swords. Or it could, of course, be that. Mr. Shiny says, Goddess Sword from Skyward Sword. How could I... Yeah, this is the unrestored form of the Goddess Sword. How could I have forgotten that? It's my favorite game. I should know it like the back of my hand. But I don't. Do you say anything different now that we can talk to you regularly? You have vitality and vigor in abundance. Seek to deepen your bonds with sages. Go and search the ruins scattered around the world. When you've collected 4 of an item called Sage's Will, visit me again. Go and bring peace to the world. Okay. Okay, and there's Sonia's grave there. In fact, here are all these, like, tombstones. These rocks all kind of mark something. Sonia, it didn't have to be like that. If only Raru had not kept Ganondorf under his eye to begin with. Mr. Shiny says, also, yeah, as a European, you feel you have more freedom in saying certain things and not feeling threatened. Shouldn't it... I'm not saying it shouldn't be like that. I want to be very careful on that. What I'm saying is, I'm glad you have that freedom. We Americans once had that freedom, and it is gone. It is truly gone. Like, you know, it's there in law until it's not. We as a country have effectively thrown out the Constitution with the bathwater, and what we have is a government that pretends to care about the Constitution, that pretends to care about the law and order that it wants to establish, but only follows it when convenient. And I hate that. And really, I could probably even talk about this thing that I'm tap dancing around. But if I mentioned certain states with pointed stars for flags, you get in even more trouble. Is what I'll say about that. And I am vehemently disgusted that even just mentioning the name as enough to bring eyes glaring down on you. If this is what internet surveillance is, I want none of it. Mr. Shiny says, as a Mr. Shiny says, as a musician, Ronnie Radke, I think that's Radke, sings freedom of speech. That's what they say. That's what they say, but I'm not sure that's what they mean. Although, in fairness, I should also probably say that a lot of people want freedom of speech, except when it comes to hearing things they don't like. It's not only here at home that I'm worried about. You know, I'll take the UK. You know, there are things that their people can't talk about, or, you know, the government locks you up. If you take a trip out to Saudi Arabia, you can't talk about certain things there, or, you know, instead of being in lockup, they just straight up behead you. Like, that is a thing that happens. It's disgusting. That isn't freedom. That's oppression. It is the very definition of oppression. And I want to do something about it, but I am but one individual, and I fear that even just mentioning my desire to want to change things is enough to get my family in trouble, and I don't want that. Also, as someone who has no money, really not nary a cent to, almost nary a cent to his name, and no employment to speak of, what can I do? I'm worried that, you know, I will be judged but for my powerlessness. As an American, that is something I'm worried about. Like, I wish I could go out and attend protests or, you know, speak truth to power, but I can't. The most I could do is sit here at home and hope I'm not big enough to make waves. And if I am big enough, well, God help the rest of my family then. Because it won't be just me, it'll be them too. Some days thoughts like that make me really just... I sometimes just ask myself why I'm here. So, the lovely weather we've been having. Indeed, very lovely weather we've been having. I'm sorry, I kind of wax poetic about things I didn't need to. It's the type of stuff I hold in all the time. It's really stinky. I hate holding on to it. Right. Yeah, there's a monster. Right. Bye. Yes, I know. Talk to him through that route. Where is this Deku, this, like, Korok I need to speak to? There you are. A big swirly sand circle. If it's really real, I want to see it. Mr. Recipe says that's fair, and you wouldn't say the weather thing if you also had the capacity to meaningfully add to it. Right. No, that's fine. I don't expect people across the ocean or halfway around the world to know what I'm talking about. Like we could kind of tap dance around it or talk about events in the past that had nothing to do with past history or nothing to do with current history, like current events happening. Because this isn't the only time in history where we've had bad emperors. The US is facing a bad emperor problem. It's this scenario where you concoct a system that is based on good faith, right? A lot of the US founding fathers designed their system with two opposing aspects in mind. One is adversarialism produces a better system. That is to say, their distrust of government was so large, such an overarching thing. Because remember, the founding fathers fought long and hard to escape the grasp of the British monarchy back then, that were more or less operating under tyrannical rule. We didn't trust monarchs. We still don't. Our initial laws were designed, the way we framed our government was designed to enforce gridlock through adversarialism so that people could compromise and find meaningful solutions to problems. And our founding fathers could not have possibly foreseen bad actors entering our political system and upending it by getting everyone to agree with them. The founding fathers assumed there would be enough people to stand up and say something in the name of good that there would not be a problem. But what we as Americans are kind of going through the period of learning is, or the period of like learning about things about our civic system. What happens when you have people just kind of collectively shift powers around without going through the proper channels? Like everyone's all wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, if we do something to create a distraction, we can do this other thing at the same time. America is not the only place that has dealt with something like this, but it is uniquely more grave because there are many, many interlocking layers. It took this version of the Roman Empire 400 years to fracture. And I say it's this version because, you know, that's, of course, how do decaying systems have a common theme? What is that common theme? Look for overlapping laws or ideas in law. Not every single law, but a lot of our laws come from the fallen Roman Empire, and a mix of the fallen Roman Empire, you know, the Magna Carta, and, you know, Enlightenment principles. It's a mix of those three things. Mr. Shiny says you know a thing or two from your American friends, but yeah, you'll refrain from adding more to the conversation. Understandable. Mr. Raspy says, you think the Emperor is just a piece in this? The problem is more foundational. I agree. Poorly regulated, uneducated people being told what to do, regardless of side, as opposed to being listened to, makes comforting ideas be beacons instead of simply thought experiments. Yes. But also poorly, uneducated people being told to vote. I hate to say this, because when I say it, I don't sound egalitarian, which is what we... Being egalitarian is like this idea of, you know, being equal on the basis of merit. I sound racist. I feel racist when I say it. Or, you know, insert any number of ists here. But when the Founding Fathers made their policy of only certain people can vote... And no, but what I mean by certain people is not the skin color. I'm glad that's abolished. But I do think the lack of education in civics and in basic, like, ethics and morals is a huge problem. When you give people the ability to vote and pay for donors, and those donors in turn pay for political candidates. I think that's a huge problem. When you have the uneducated masses who don't care, not don't know, but don't care enough about right or wrong, it makes all of our founding fathers' worst nightmares about the American political system come true. That there are old scripts saying that, you know, more or less, you know, the American public was too stupid to vote in effective leaders. And I think we're now finally seeing the effects of what happens when an idiocracy takes over. I hope I don't come across... I apologize if I do come across as an ist or phobe. That's not my intention. But it doesn't change the poisonous effect of my words. It's the people not being educated enough to make reasonable decisions. That's why the world looks at us like we're crazy lunatics when we ask 13 random people to sit on a court and judge whether or not some person is guilty based on their whatever interpretation of the facts they're supposed to have. Mr. Asby says, well, yeah, that's kind of part of the problem. There's no way to fix things by holding a view on what is better or what is right. It ends up converging on being what it tries to reduce. Providing safe spaces for communities and listening is what makes progress on it. Yes, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And I think the way you foster that space is by making sure people are, like, the populace is educated on the necessary things that glue our government together. And some part of it is also just being culturally unraveled too, but that's a whole different rabbit hole. That I will definitely not be touching. I'm just upset at how all of our all U.S. civics are unfolding. It's essentially what happens when the ideals of the Founding Fathers are completely turned upside down. Instead of a system acting in good faith, it is a system acting in bad faith. And what happens when rules that work when people are acting in good faith no longer work when people are acting in bad faith. It's why most of the governments of the rest of the world don't put a huge amount of stock or trust in people. They've been burned by it. They've had centuries of old fallen empires to learn from for that. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but just other countries seem to have a much better framework on preventing this type of thing from happening. Some with more degrees of success than others. Whoa, look at that big swirly sand circle. It looks like the sand is swirling towards the center. That is a sinkhole, good sir. I wonder what would happen if you got swallowed up by it. Oh, it's kind of scary. Thank you, Mr. Hero. I'm so happy. This is to say a proper thank you. Take it. Ooh, I could actually use these. Highly valued as a medicinal plant, this carrot contains large amounts of nourishing energy. When cooked into a dish, it boosts your stamina beyond its maximum limit. Do you like carrots? I was going to keep them, but I want you to have them, Mr. Hero. Now I just needed to be peaceful out there so I could go exploring. You could do it, Mr. Hero. You found the whirly water circle and the swirly sand circle. And showed them to Kula. I needed to cough and couldn't quite mute the mic in time. So sorry about that. Kula was very satisfied. I think it was cool of us to show Kula those things.
Sure, Jan.
Let's see what other side quests we can knock out while we're here. We could go check out the garden in Hateno Village again. That's something we could do. Oh, I forgot. Whoops. Let's not do that. Instead, let's go back here and actually see this cutscene. The only reason we even went out here in the first place was because
Disappear, you ungodly cur.
Indeed. Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Shiny. Much appreciated. Kind of late, but here. Yeah. Exactly. I'll make an endeavor not to cough into the microphone again, which my noise gating is good, but I know it is not perfect. All right. Let's go cap this off with what I think is probably a cutscene, and then we will go from there. As a reminder, because I know it's been a little while since we've done this, I do wink out the camera, sorry, let me try it this way. The chat, and the rest of my visual setup while the cutscenes are playing. So if people are ever wondering why I don't reply right away during those, that's why. Mr. Shiny says, no offense, of course. You tend to overthink if someone's offended due to your RSD. Understandable, Mr. Shiny. Absolutely understandable. I overthink in like a different way. Like I still think about it the same, but it isn't like quite so immediate. For me, it's more of a it lingers more. Like I realize something has happened, and maybe I didn't think about the right way I was supposed to have framed something or said something, and then I get upset at myself. It takes me a minute before those realizations dawn on me. Whereas I'm sure with you, with the RSD, you know, I imagine that's more immediate. You're like very hyper aware of what you say. Would I be correct in that assumption? Mr. Raspy says you have to play the differently charged magnet where you're saying a lot less. No worries, Mr. Raspy. Let's see a cutscene. Mr. Raspy says, but if you didn't talk to people who overthink, you might have ended up playing that role. Fair. There's always a use case for everything. Never throw away something with the bathwater unless you know for certain it is of no use. And only the assured mark of a fool, as they say, closes their mind to possibilities or events based on patterns of behavior from other people, or etc., etc. I've mapped that quote a little bit more specifically to what we're talking about, but it can apply anywhere.
Yeah.
Linky, I heard what happened. The major cold front that descended upon the Rito and the marbled rock roast that the Gorons couldn't get enough of. Mr. Shiny says, yes, absolutely. You tend to have those mini panic moments thinking someone you thought offended hates you now. Makes a lot of sense. And then there was that sludge contaminating the Zora's water, and finally the Gerudo menaced by Gyptos in a sand shroud. You faced some serious challenges and you overcame them all. Well done, Linky. Mr. Jason says, actually, Mr. Coin, can I get you to raid to one of our newest clients that are still streaming at the time? Laura's Crossing. You usually suggest this occasionally to staff, especially high-level ones, as it makes clients feel more welcome. If not, doesn't matter. I'll see what I can do about that. I'll have to wait until after probably this cutscene. Mr. Shiny says that was a quick sleep. Sounds like it, just a little bit. So the person resembling Princess Zelda was behind the scenes for all the phenomena, as you discovered. This has to be related to the upheaval somehow. And I have something important to share as well.
Isn't that... Link, look at this! Quickly! Your Highness.
Linky, did you see that? That was the princess, wasn't it? And she vanished into thick gloom. Yeah, that's a phantom for sure. I was going to share that I saw a figure that looked an awful lot like Princess Zelda at Hyrule Castle. I wasn't sure at first, but now I am. I thought she'd left the castle entirely, but she was inside. We have to hurry and rescue her. The soldiers and I can't reach Hyrule Castle as it is now. You might be the only one who can do it. I'm sorry, Link. I know I'm always throwing you into dangerous situations, but you really are the only one up to the task. Please, come back in one piece. That applies to both you and the princess, got it? Regional phenomena complete. Crisis at Hyrule Castle, but first... gotta find the regional phenomena. You investigated the 4 regions that were troubled by strange phenomena, and the secret stones awakened the 4 sages. When you went to report the investigation results and sightings of Princess Zelda Depora, Princess Zelda suddenly appeared at Hyrule Castle along with a blood moon. And then, Princess Zelda suddenly appeared at the floating castle, Hyrule Castle, alongside a red moon. Much is still unclear, but you should go to Hyrule Castle to check things out. Okay. We're not going to be ready to do that yet. But we are going to keep that on our radar. Tomorrow, I will have found the final Korok seed. I'm guaranteeing that, along with other stuff. I'm going to try to have that done by tomorrow. God help me if I can't get it done, I guess. Real quick, because I'm going to have to, type up the name and get set up for a few minutes. In fact, I'll go ahead and do this here. So... hopefully everyone's enjoyed the playthrough so far. You know, I've worked pretty hard on this. We all have. I really want to thank everyone for helping me out. It's much appreciated, of course. I wouldn't be doing all this without you guys. You guys voted on this game. And I'm talking like I'm done. I'm not. We've got a lot more to do. But, we've got an incredible amount left to do. But we're starting to approach the part of the game where we're supposed to be wrapping things up in a nice, neat bow. Like, that needs to happen soon. So, of course, if you guys got any tips or tricks, I'll take it. I'll take them for the purposes of collecting Koroks or, like, other things that we need to check out. But I do want people to know that that is entirely unnecessary, and eventually we will get there. I need to swap over accounts, which is why I'm wrapping things up this way. Mr. Jason says, this has been an amazing playthrough, Mr. Coin. You've truly ascended to great things. Mr. Shiny says, speaking of wrapping things up. Oh, are you about to head out the door then, good sir? In that case, thank you for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. It was good to see you, as always. I do hope to see you sooner rather than later, good sir, of course. But if not, if I don't get to see you again... Oh, that was not a leaving message. Mr. Shiny says, I suggest you take the final boss with some additional challenges. Oh. Okay, yeah, I realized as soon as you said that, Mr. Shiny, that, that wasn't what you meant. Thanks for the clarification. I'm trying to do like 3 or 4 things at once. So sorry. Tension says, you'll say start from the sky map first, Mr. Coin. I've already eliminated all the Koroks out of sky. I know my last Korok is on ground. I just need to find it. Mr. Jason says, as for what you said earlier, it won't be too disruptive, but policy 6 is so that we can show we're supporting clients in a myriad of ways. Right. I understood that, and it won't be a daily occurrence, of course. Oh, I'm sorry, Tension. That was you. Tension says that suggests to start from the sky map first. I might look at sky again. I just, you know, after I've done, you know, what I've needed to do with the ground. I just feel so confident that the Korok I need to find is on the ground first. Like, I've already checked and everything looked good, but, you know, after the last few days, maybe I should relook at all of that stuff. Okay, so I need to enter this code. Because I gotta do a account swap here. Tension says it might be in the desert. That was actually one of the first areas I looked, Tension. Everything seems to be good there, but I'll be combing over the desert again when I'm combing over each area one by one. Tension says those are the easiest ones to miss. Yeah, I agree with that. That is true. A lot of the rockcliffe puzzles are also particularly easy to just miss. Okay, so I'm sorry, I've lost the person's name. Laura Crossing? Laura's Crossing. Okay. Mr. Jason, the person you mentioned earlier is playing Animal Crossing New Horizons, right? Like that is the game they are playing. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. I have the... Okay, I just wanted to be sure that I had the right channel pulled up. Okay, for those of you on YouTube, you're good to go. I don't have anything further for you. We will be picking back up tomorrow, and hopefully I will have your Korok by then, among other things. But, you know, for those of you on YouTube, my name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I do hope you guys stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome to check out my hallowed halls through my link tree anytime. I'll see you guys on YouTube next time, and with that, I'm gonna turn over to Twitch and have us raid out the streamer Laura's Crossing. Let's shout them out. That we are going to be rating them. They're playing some Animal Crossing New Horizons, so if you like kitschy cozy games, you'll probably like them. And I'm looking forward to seeing some relaxing house designer type fun, truly. Let's see if these commands work like I think they do. Okay, so if you guys are not subscribed, feel free to copy the bottom sentence if you would prefer. It's the one with the free emote that everyone can use. If, however, you are subscribed, you are more than welcome to copy the the top comment with the raid command and put that into this lovely streamer's chat. We're gonna go show Laura's Crossing some love. Some electric love, the best kind of love, really. For you guys on Twitch, Mr. Shiny says you can't copy on mobile. Well, improvise, no worries. If you can, great. If not, no problem. For you guys on Twitch, my name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Like I told YouTube, we will pick back up tomorrow, and we will hopefully have our Korok then. That is going to be our goal. And then, you know, continuing to work on quests and stuff. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do with the link tree. You guys know all the stuff to do. You're more than welcome to join us for a raid. You will get some channel points here if you do that. Other than that, you know, if you don't want to raid, that is also totally acceptable, in which case I will see you tomorrow. But with that, do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.